As the court pleases, my lord. They haven't called the cases yet. As the court please, my lord, we stood down on Friday. There's just one aspect that we'd like to take up with the witness. May we do so, my lord? And that appears on page 29, my lord, of Exhibit 01.
Mr. Steyn, you're still under oath, you know that. Page 20?
Page 29, my lord.
Exhibit number? D.
No, Exhibit O in brackets.
Oh, sorry. O.
1.
Yeah. In brackets. 1. Fine.
Yes. This regards the chart that the witness testified about.
Okay.
Colonel, you told the court on Friday that the communication as we see there on the chart, that Mr. Mabungu Ntuli, it's accused number 5, and it shows that he had contact with accused number 1 and 2. Would you like to put that in perspective?
That's correct, my lord. I did give it wrong to the court. It's actually late. It's not number 5.
So,
Mabungu is a late person.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but for our purposes, you say it is not number 5.
That's
Yes.
not number 5.
Yes.
So it's not one of the suspects in court. It's
Right.
a late person
Yes.
It's a person.
who's died.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
That person died, you know.
But as far as
Okay,
that communication is concerned, what does it signify?
It signified that there was communication between him and suspect number 3, Carlos.
Shothi lo mabhungu lona okhulunywa ngaye uyena ke waxhumana nomsola wesithathu uCarlos. Hayi ukuthi sikhuluma ngomsola wesihlanu la. Sikhuluma ngomabhungu okuyena ke oseke walahlekelwa impilo yakhe akasekho. Waxhumana ke nommangalelo kanye umsola wesithathu umabhungu.
And the late person and suspect number 3 did communicate with each other.
Kanti bake bakhulumisana ke umufi lo sikhuluma ngaye lana sesho umabhungu nomsola wesithathu.
And then Mabungu, the late person, did communicate with suspect number 1, Sabia Musi.
Kanti ke uke wakhuluma futhi noSibiya Umuzi yena lo mabhungu oseshonile manje.
As well as Mabungu did communicate with Ntanzi, suspect number 2.
Kanti waphinde futhi wakhulumisana naye ke okanye waxhumana naye umsolwa wesibini uNtanzi.
So, in brief, Colonel, is that Ngube, accused number 3, did not communicate directly with accused 1 and 2, but there was that common contact, namely the late Mr. Mabungu Ntuli.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso uNcube akazange ake akhulume waqonda lona ummangalelo wokuqala nowesibini kodwa ke wakhulumisana nomabhungu waxhumana nabo ngomabhungu.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. That is all.
You may be seated if you so desire.
My lord, you requested on Friday
The distance, yes.
Yes.
I did measure it.
Okay.
The distance between the crime scene and the clinic.
Yeah.
It's 4.02 kilometers.
Kanti ke ngingazama ukuthola ibanga ke ngoba inkantolo iye yangicela ukuthi mange ngiyobheka ke ama distance kanjalo kusuka lapha endaweni esigameko okufika lapha na ke kwi clinic I distance ithi 4 kilometers 0.02.
And then the distance between the crime scene and the hostel, it's 5.23 kilometers.
Kanti ukusuka khona lapha endaweni esigameko ukufika hostel I distance ithi 5.23 kilometers.
Okay.
And these distances, is that as the crow flies or as perhaps as you were to drive to
It's as per drive. It's not
Directly.
Like it's not like the bird flies.
Yes.
That's correct.
Le distance lena ke akuyona ke i-distance ethathwa nje emoyeni. Futhi i-distance ethathwa umuntu uma eshayela imoto mhlawumbe noma ehamba ngeenyawo phansi.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes. Is there any cross-examination?
As the court pleases, my lord. Morning, Colonel.
Morning.
Now, your testimony is that on the 9th of April 2020, you received a CD, section 205, and download from your commander, Brigadier Gininda, with information about certain targets, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ngeke ngathola ke nge9 zika April 2020 okuyidisk lena ke kanti ke ne section 205 nama downloads ayiqhamuka khona lapha na ku uKenneth uLokhunjani uGininda mayelana ke nama targets athize ngabantu abathize abebeloko ke bebathungatho kanti ba checka ke profile yabo.
And would I be correct to say at the time the targets were the people that were in the house at the time the incident occurred? Were those the targets, the people that were inside, namely Makumalo, Kelly Kumalo, Zandile Kumalo, Mtokozi Sitwala, Longwe Twala, and Tumelo Madala?
That's correct. We treat them as targets at time.
Yebo ngaleso sikhathi ke labo bantu besekhulunywa ngabo yibona ke sasibabuka njenge target okanye ama targets wethu. Sikhuluma ngoMakhumalo, sikhuluma ngoKelly Khumalo, Zandi Khumalo, sikhuluma ngoMthokozisi Khumalo, sikhuluma ngolongwe ethwala naye uLokhunjani uTumelo Madlala. Bonke labantu ababesendlini yibona ke esasibuka njenge ngama targets wethu.
Now, when you are handed these items, did Brigadier Gininda give you a background information about the incident concerned?
He did give me a short background. He mentioned to me it was a murder case, a fourth floor risk case and the case number, and they asked me to analyze and see which linkages I can establish.
Yebo ngempela ke uma ke ezonginikeza lezi zinto ke engikhuluma ngazo ubaba uGininda ukwazile nje ukuthi makanginikeze nje imvelaphi yalento anginikeza yona kancanyana nje okanye ke okufinciwe wase uyangicela nokuthi mhlambe ngizama ukukuhlaziya lokho.
And you take over the investigation as it pertains to analysis of call details records in 2020, and the incident occurs in October 26, 2014. Were there previous analysis done on those targets' cell phone numbers?
I didn't receive any analysis from him. I agree it should be done because it was investigated by different teams. But I didn't receive it. I only received the raw data from the service provider. I didn't receive any chart from any other analyst.
Shothi ke akukho kunye ke engengakuthola okuqhamuka komunye umuntu ohlaziyayo. Mina ngathola nje ulwazi olusadinga ukuthi lihlaziwe. Njengoba ke kungama calls okanye ke ingcingo ezenziwa ke ngo2020. Kanti sona isigameko senzeke ngoOctober 2014. Akekho ke omunye umuntu oke wangilethela ke ulwazi oluthize, ulwazi esingathi ke ukuthi ulwazi oluhlaziyiwe. Mina ke kwamele ukuthi ngincike kulaba ke abaphana ngeenkonzo zoxhumanisa.
And perhaps did you ask him why the analysis was not done back in 2014, immediately after the incident occurred?
I didn't ask him. I just mentioned I received the raw data from him. So I didn't question him because I received a new tasking from him, and I know he's a new investigation team on the incident, on the matter.
Manje azange ngimbuze ukuthi ke lo msebenzi ke okanye lo phenyo ne lokho njani lena ke ulwazi olumayelana ke nama calls enziwe ngo2014 azange ngimbuze ngakho lokho ngoba phela ke ngangibona ukuthi kukhona ithimba labaphenyi kuleli cala ngavele nje ngachubeka ngenza umsebenzi ngendlela ebengicela ngakhona ukuthi ngenze umsebenzi ngakhona.
Now, accused number 1 and 2, whom I represent, were arrested respectively. Accused number 1 on the 29th of May 2020, and accused number 2 on the 16th of June 2020, and their cell phones were confiscated from them when they were arrested then. Did you later on receive the cell phones for the purposes of downloads or extracts from them?
That's correct, my lord. I did receive more cell phone downloads as the investigation was taking part.
Masikhuluma ke ngalabo mangalelo ke umangalelo oqala nowesibini omnye ke umangalelo oqala waboshwa nge-29 zika May 2020 kanti umangalelo wesibini yena ke waboshwa nge-16 zika June 2020. Manje ke uthi yebo uma kuthathwa ke lama cell phones wabo kwaba nomsebenzi oqhubekayo wokuthi kukhishwe ke ama downloads athize atholakala kulawo ma cell phones wabo.
Now, the results of the downloads in respect of the cell phone numbers of accused number 1 and 2 after the arrest, what was the results thereof?
I'm not sure that this is clear to me that there wasn't enough download evidence to analyze it. That's why I didn't mention anything in my testimony.
Manje ke yabona imiphumela ke ukuthi kuthathwe ama cell phones kaMangalelo oqala nowesibini bese kuyenziwa ama downloads kwaba imiphumela ke ebingazange ke yasinikeza ulwazi oluphelele.
Now, the documents or objects that you received from Brigadier Gininda, starting with the CD, what was contained in that CD?
That series in the beginning more contains the information of the residents of the house, because at that stage we was working on section 205, which we received from previous investigation teams. And the downloads.
Manje ke yabona leyo CD ke eyayiqhamuka kuye uBrigadier Gininda ibe mayelana nolwazi oluthize sasifuna ukuthi silithole mayelana ke nalabo behlala lapha yana endlini yesigameko ngamanye amazwi ke futhi ke befanele ukuthi siyithole yona ke i-section 205 emayelana nabo ke labo bantu abasendlini ngesikhathi sesigameko.
And the section 205 that you referred to, is it the call details record in respect of the people that were in the house for their cell phones?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje yabuyiqiniso lokho ke i-section 205 lena ke iyayibandakanya labantu abebesendlini malana ke nezingcingo abazenza nama cell phones wabo ukuthi enze ziphi ingcingo ngaleso sikhathi.
I can also mention, my lord, there was a lot of other numbers of which previous investigation teams did apply for. So that's also included, was not only the 6 or 8 people in the house, but it definitely include the people in the house.
Kodwa ke kwakhona ke namanye amanambolo ama cell phone number ngamanye amazwi abe kwenziwa ke uphenyo phezukwawo uma sibhekene nayo le section 205 bekungekhona ukuthi kuncikwe ekutheni kubhekwe labantu abangasendlini kuphela. Yebo bona laba abasendlini kwasetshenzwa ke ukuthi nabo kubhekwe ingcingo zabo kumakhalekhukhwini wabo nabanye ke kwakhona ke nezinye inambolo nje eziningi.
Now, from the people that were in the house, I know from testimony of Zandile Khumalo that Mthokozi Sithwala did not return to the scene of crime on that night, but rather he stayed at the hospital and he later on went to his house. Did you later on receive his cell phone also for download purposes and extraction?
My lord, I can't testify in that. I only received the download evidence from the downloader, and he who handed it over to Brigadier Gagina, from which I received it. So the chain before I can't testify on.
Angekwazi ke ukuthi inkulumo ukuthi kwenzakalani ngeselfoni kaMthokozi Sithwala. Mina ngathola ulwazi olwaluqhamuka kuye Brigadier Geninda, kanti yena kwathola lolo lwazi ke olwaluqhamuka kuye lo muntu benza ama downloads. Manje ke mayelana nalokho ke akukho kuningi engakwazi ukukusho.
Now, your testimony is that not only the people that were in the house's cell phone numbers were downloaded. Interestingly for me, and it only came last week here in court, is the evidence of Ms. Nthabise Mokete, who states that at the hospital, she was in possession of 2 cell phones, and she borrowed those 2 cell phones to, amongst others, Kelly Khumalo and Mthokozi Sithwala, and that both made calls to other people that she doesn't know, but she overheard them over the calls, that is Kelly and Mtoko, saying to the people that they were calling that Nzoro or Nzori has been shot. Now my question basically is this: did a download occur with respect to that cell phone of Ms. Nthabise Mokete?
No, I can't recall anything of that.
Cha angikwazi ukuthi ngikhumbule nje ukuthi ngabe kukhona ke ama downloads enziwa mayelana nama cell phone kaNthabise Mokete, njengoba uNthabise Mokete ebufakazini bakhe akushilo lokho ukuthi uye wanikeza lama cell phone wakhe O2 wanikeza uKelly noMthokozisi, lapho ke kwazwakala ukuthi mabakhuluma khona lapha emakhalekhukhwini ukuthi umzoro noma umzorini usedujuliwe. Uthi cha azange angikhumbuli lokho kwenziwa ukuthi ukuthatha ama downloads wefoni kalona uNthabise Mokete.
And furthermore, that from one of her calls, when they were cell phones, when it was later returned to her, Sello Chico Twala returned the call on her number, meaning that one of Kelly Khumalo or Mthokozisi had called Chico on her cell phone.
My lord, I cannot comment on anything who wasn't in my position.
Manje ke mina ngikwazi ukuthi mhlambe ngaphawula gotho olwalungekho kumina, njengoba kuthiwa ke emva kwalokho ke kwangena ilokho njani icall yayiqhamuka ku Sello Chico Twala. Okunokwenzekayo ukuthi kulaba ababili kukhona obeke wamfonela ngenkathi esebenzisa lama cellphone lawa awu2 waka Nthabise Mokete. Uthi cha mina angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngiphawuleke khona lapho ngoba lokho akukho kimi ezandleni zami.
Now your testimony is that the instructions from Colonel Gininda to you when he asked you to do the analysis and handed over to you the documents and whatever he gave to you, the instructions were as follows. 1, to determine whether there was communication between the targets amongst themselves and the people that were probably perpetrators, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Manje yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi uma ngithola ke umsebenzi wawo qhamuka kuye Brigadier Geninda, okokuqala waseke uyangitshela ukuthi kuhle kakhulu ukuthi kwenziwe lo msebenzi ke ukuthi sikwazi ukuhlaziya okanye sikwazi ukubhekisisa amakhola ekhona phakathi ke kwama lokho njani laba ke abasolwa nama targets lawo ukuthi ubhekene nabo
And furthermore, the instruction was for you to check for photographs. Whose photographs were you checking and the nature of those photographs?
The photographs on the downloads of the people in the house, I did print them and handed it over to the investigation team.
Manje ke nokuthi kwamele ukuthi kucheckwe nama photo okanye ithombe zalabo bantu ke ababesendlini sibheke ke ama downloads ngikwazi ke ukuthi nginikeze laba ke ithimba laba phenyi becala.
And furthermore, to check and analyze whether there was communication between Zandile Khumalo with cell phone number 277467666669 and Tamsanqa Gabuza with cell number 2782992080, correct?
I can't recall that I did mention in my introduction when I gave my instructions which I received from Brigadier Gaginda that I mentioned such taskings.
Angikhumbuli nje ngendlela ekhethileyo nje ukuthi uma ngithola ke lo msebenzi ke okanye uma ngithola ama instructions ayiqhamuka kuye uBrigadier Gaginda ukuthi mangicheke nokuthi ngihlaziye le number lokakheli ukuthi waxhumana no Tamsanqa Gabuza leyo number lo ekakheli iyo le ase ekhulume ngayo 277467666669 naleya number lo eka Gabuza uthi angikhumbuli ukuthi wake mangibheke ngaleyo ndlela.
Sorry, just for correction, the person that I'm referring to is communication between Zandile Khumalo, not Kelly Khumalo, Zandile Khumalo and Tamsanqa Gabuza.
On page 3, I did mention about the CD which I received from my brigadier, and then I discussed the points. I didn't discuss the points in briefly, where I said I was tasked to see if Zandile or Kelly was talking to the suspect or the other target. I never mentioned names on page 3.
Should go page number 3 azange ngikhulume ngamagama. Mina ke ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi kukhona ke leyo CD eyayiqhamuka khona lapha yana ke ku Brigadier Gaginda mayelana ke ne section 205. Kwakufanele nje ukuthi ngithole ama cell phone downloads aweqhamuka khona le kuye owayephenya lelo cala. Kodwa yazange ngikhulume ke amagama kangako.
Now, if we refer, just for clarification purposes so that we are on the same page as we go forward, if we refer to call data records, what specifically are we talking about?
Section 205, which I received from, which the brigadier or someone received from the service provider.
Masikhuluma nge-call data records, sikhuluma nge-section 205. Kungukuthi ke ngiyayithola okanye umuntu ayithole ukuqhamuka ku Brigadier Gaginda noma ke kulaba ke abahlinzeka ngeenkonzo zokuxhumana.
You can also, from the download, also determine some of the last calls on the download, which will be indicated.
Kanti ke kwi-download ungakwazi ukuthi ubone ke ama-call okugcina akwaziwe ukuthi bawa download.
Now, for my purposes, so that I'm on the same page with you, the 205 will show you when the call took place, correct? That is the date and time of that call, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, kuyiqiniso ukuthi i-205 iyakwazi ukusho ke ukuthi lolu cingo lenzwa nini ngayiphi date ngamanye amazwi.
It will also show you how long the call lasted in minutes or in seconds, measured in those units, correct?
That's correct, the call duration.
Yeah, kuyiqiniso lokho khona lento ebizwa i-call duration. Lokho kuyabonisa ke ukuthi leyo call iyathatha isikhathi esingakanani?
And further, it will show you who called whom. That is the source and the destination of the number that's been called, correct?
That will only show you the destination of the caller, not the guy who received the call. He will show you the destination of the guy who's making the call.
So
But the one who received the call, you don't know where is he.
okay.
Manje kahle ke ibonisa ke indawo yalo nofonayo. Hayi kangako indawo yalo ofonelwayo. Lo ofonayo uyena ke uthi makchekwa bese kuyatholakala ukuthi ukuphi nendawo. Hayi lo ofonelwayo.
So sorry, I'm a bit lost because at the beginning of your testimony, you gave us an index of abbreviations that you were using. In the context of my question about who called whom, what is the MOC and what is the MOT?
The MOC is mobile original thing call. That is when I'm making the call.
Okay.
And the MTC is terminating. That is when I receive the call.
Okay.
So if I receive a call, then the call comes from someone else, but he will still show my position, which tower did I use to receive his call.
So, sorry for clarification. It doesn't show the tower of the caller.
No,
It shows the tower of the callee.
that's good. No, not from the call here.
Yes,
Like I mentioned right in the beginning,
yes.
I apply for section 205 on a number.
Yes.
I only get the information of that number.
Yes.
I don't know anything about the other numbers
Oh,
which I phone.
I'm with
I
you.
have to apply for 205 on that number and combine. Then I will know exactly where the two parties are.
I get you.
Okay.
I get you.
Engikushoyo ke uma sikhuluma nge-MOC sikhuluma nge-mobile originating call ingenkathi ke kwenziwa ke i-call ngamanye amazwi umuntu uthatha umakhalekhukhwini uyafona yiyo leyo ke leyo abbreviation ethi MOC kanti khona i-MTC i-mobile terminated call lokho ke kusho ukuthi uma ke umuntu esethola i-call ingene efonini yakhe kanti ke ithi ngizame ke ukuqondisa okuthize okwenzakalayo ukuthi mina mangenza isicelo sesection 205 kukhona ke amanambolo athize engenza isicelo ngawo hayi kangako ke ukuthi sesikhuluma ngokuthi umuntu othola i-call kuyabonakala ukuthi ukuphi noma umuntu owenza i-call uyatholakala okanye kuyatholakala ukuthi ufona ekuphi kakhulukazi i-target yilama nambolo lawo enginawo yiwona ke esenza isicelo sesection 205 bese ke sikwazi ukuthi sithole ulwazi lokuthi lawo ma cellphone number esenza isicelo ngawo abe kuphi uma efona noma efonelwa ilokho engisho.
Okay. Now, based on your explanation, would you then agree with me that just because that a cell phone is associated with someone or belongs to someone would not necessarily show on the CDR, that is the call detail records, that that person, the owner, actually made that call?
That's correct, my lord.
Ukuthi ke akusho kangako umnini wefoni nguyena ke owenze i-call kubhekwa nje leyo number lo ukuthi inumber leyo ke yafona.
And further, but more importantly, the CDR won't show that the fact that a cell phone was apparently made, it don't show the contents of what was said, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kanti ke oqukethwe yiyo le CDR angeke ukwazi ukuthi ibonakale angeke ukwazi ukusibonisa ukuthi kwaqukethwe ini kule CDR le.
So in summary, all in all, what a CDR shows us is that one cell phone made a call to another. That's it.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke CDR izosibonisa ke ukuthi kukhona ke cellphone ethize eyenza ke ucingo ifonela ke enye. Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho. CDR isibonisa lokho.
And furthermore, that just because two persons made cell phone calls to each other is not a criminal offense unless somebody is privy to the conversations that were had between the parties having a conversation, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Let me rephrase.
my lord.
Let me rephrase.
Let's rephrase.
What I'm trying to say is this: having a conversation on a cell phone with somebody else does not necessarily mean that it's a criminal offense, unless the offense is deducted from having somebody listen into the people talking, discussing, or planning a crime. Correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ke. Ukuthi u-A uzofonela u-B akusilona icala lelo. Akusibona ubugebengu lobo. Ngaphandle kokuthi ke sekhona umuntu obelalela ukuthi labantu bakhuluma ngani, bahlose ini. Lokho ke kungenza ukuthi lokho kufonelana mhlambe ke kuxhunyaniswe ke nobugebengu obuthize. Kodwa ke ukuthi u-A wafonela u-B noma u-B wafonela u-A cha akusibona ubugebengu lobo.
Now, let's move on to an aspect of your testimony that starts with Exhibit 02 and at page 3 thereof. You, in your testimony, have attributed around about 9 cell phone numbers to, in fact, including the landline, about 10 cell phone numbers, that is 9 cell phone numbers and 1 landline to Kelly Kumalo, correct, in terms of
Again, you
history?
said exhibit Q2.
Exhibit 02, is it 02?
No, it's definitely not O2. my lord.
It's
O2 is
two.
the one.
Q. Eh? Oh, sorry, it's 01. That's the bigger one. Yeah. 01. Thanks. At page, from page 3,
Yes.
that will be paragraph 5, where you attribute certain numbers to Kelly Kumalo through whatever means that you manage to attribute those numbers to her.
That's
right?
correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso. Khona lapho ku page number 3 khona ke amanambolo athize ke axhunyaniswa naye uKelly Kumalo.
And by the way, you say you attribute these numbers to her via the following links:
That's correct.
the family, friends, XDS, the police central database reference, the police crime administration system, e-notice, and Truecaller, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo ngixhumanisa ke uKelly Kumalo nalokho kulandelayo ke shuthi ke nabangani abomndeni, XDS, expert decision systems, central database, e-reference, police crime administration system, e-notice, and Truecaller. Usho njalo ukuthi yebo kuyiqiniso.
My lord, I can also mention here that because of the fact that this numbers wasn't disclosed to the investigation teams previously, so there wasn't any 205s on all the other numbers because of the time lapse, which I already explained in the court last week.
Shuthi ngenxa yokuthi kwase sekundluleke iminyaka emithathu lama number alana ke awaveleli okanye bekungeyona ke ingxenye yesicelo se205 ngenxa yesikhathi esiye sandlula 3 years emva kwesigameko.
Okay, all right. And now, as a layperson, there's something that I try to get my mind around when you are testifying on Thursday and Friday. When you say someone is linked via a certain telephone number, and that person and other persons are linked together, say for example, the link between Kelly Kumalo with her number specified is linked, say for example, to myself via Ubank, clientele, and maybe the let interpret. What do you mean by that link?
I mean that all the people you mentioned here as an example did call that number as well. It's like everyone in court could have phoned me. So all the people in court linking to me, they did speak to me or some other time.
Leyo link esikhuluma ngayo ke nawo ke umzekelo ukuthi uma sengicacisa ke indaba yokulinkwa kwenambolo ake sithi yimina ngiyafonelwa ke yiwo wonke umuntu okhona nje la enkantolo kushuthi ke yimina ke ilink kushuthi kufonelwa mina inambolo yami okanye lezo inambolo zilinkeka ke mina.
Okay, let me clarify it with a point that's relevant to this case. At page 5 thereof of your exhibit, and the last bullet point beneath that flow diagram of calls, which says, and I'm reading it verbatim, Kelly 27614562 with her other number, Kelly Kumalo 27729382482498. Contact 278765484416 clientele, as well as Muzika Okulelwa Temba Sibia at Muzi 2782-603-3621. Can you explain that for me in the context of what I've just read now, that link concept?
That's the same as I also mentioned in the court right now. All three of that numbers did have contact with clientele.
Oh.
It's the same as what I said, now everyone in the court could have phoned me.
Yabona ke le paragraph le seyifundiwe iyazama ke ukucacisa lo amzekelo engiphene ngawo uthi uma wonke umuntu la enkantolo engifonela shuthi ke imina ilink lana ke ithi ke uKelly inambolo yakhe 2761456210 futhi nenye ke inambolo yakhe uKelly Kumalo 2772938248 wase ke uxhumana ne 278765484416 iclientele ke kwaba noxhunyano oluba khona ke phakathi no Muzika hlelwa Sithemba Sibia at Muzi 2782-603-3621. Lana ke kuleli paragraph kusho khona ke ukuthi kwakufonelwa ke iclientele futhi ke ilink kwakuyi clientele lela ilokho engikushoyo.
And perhaps if we move to page, it's not this page that I'm looking for. Okay, at page 19 of your, is it page 19? I'm sorry. Or at page 18 of that same exhibit where there's a big lettering of device boot up, and beneath that there's a box written page 7 of below that. If we go below that, there's in bold no calls made or calls been answered from phone 2782-704-4358 and no calls to the SAPS on the day of the murder. So what you are saying here in this sentence and what you testified about in court is that Kelly Kumalo, with this number of hers that we know that is attributed to her, did not call the police on the day of the incident, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Uthi yabo kwiqiniso lokho ke ukuthi ngoba kubhaliwe lana ukuthi no calls made futhi ke azikho ingcinga ezenziwa okanye azikho ingcinga ezaphendulwa ezayiqhamuka ke mayelana ke nale nambolo ethi 2782704458 futhi ke azikho ke ingcingo ke ezenziwa kufonelwa ke amaphoyisa iSAPS ngelanga ke lesigameko sokubulala. Yebo ngiyavuma ke lokho.
And would you know from your analysis of the numbers of all the targets that were in the house, except for Zandile Khumalo, who categorically stated in this court that she did not call the police nor emergency services, the other targets in the house, that is Makhumalo, Tumelo Madala, Longwe Twala, Mtokozisi Twala, do you have anything that on their cell numbers they called the police or emergency on the night of the incident?
That's correct, my lord. I did check. I couldn't find any number of the police, even 10,111, from any of the phones in our position, which was on my analyst database.
Yabona ke kulezi zinto ke lama nambolo engangizama ukwenza ukwahlaziya hlaziya lezo inambolo kakhulukazi ke kulabantu abesendlini okukhulunywa ngabo Tumelo Madlala, Mthokozisi Twala, uMakhumalo, Kelly Khumalo, ngaphandle ke koZandi ngoba ke uZandi ukushilo ke yena ukuthi azange akhona ukuthi afone, wakusho nje ethula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo. Ngithe ke usho njalo uthi ngithe ke mangenza ke uhlaziyo mayelana ke ne section 205 leyo azange ngithola inambolo kubo labantu esekhulunywe ngabo okuyibona ke ama targets. Ngabona ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona oke wafonela ke amaphoyisa noma iambulance. Azange ngiyithola ke inambolo eyayizama ukufonela amaphoyisa noma iambulance.
Now let's move on to your testimony, and we go now to page 29 of this exhibit 001. Now, I want to clarify some aspects of your testimony. If we look at that flow diagram of charts and we go to the extreme left, the last number, because here the font is clearly visible, but I know that it refers to S. Sibia on the far left. If you look at your computer, perhaps you can clarify for us.
This left.
Sorry?
This side.
Yes, on the
Okay.
left. Yeah, perhaps if the pointer was there, but the far left one. Yes, that's right.
Yes.
What is the number attributed in respect of Muzi SCBA there?
2772-482-0045.
Kanti ke le nambolo ke ehamba okanye ehambiselana naye uMuzi Stembasbiya i 2772-482-0045.
Now, that number, we see that there's a connection that comes through the pyramid and goes to him. But the point is this. My consultation with accused number 1, whose name is mentioned there, he denies the attribution of that number to him, that he doesn't know that number and he has never used that number.
That is based on the information I received from the investigation team. For some other way, they did connect that number to suspect number 1.
Ngoba esho ke umangalelo oqala ukuthi leyo nambolo okuthiwa ke inambolo ke eyakhe akusiyona inambolo yakhe. Uthi ke mina ilokhu njalo ulwazi engaluthola kulabo abaphenya icala ngendlela abasebenze ngakhona ukuthi bagcineke sebexhumanisa ke umangalelwa nale nambolo lena ke ebhalwe la.
Now, if we move on the other opposite side of the spectrum, on the far right, below that, there's, where it talks about Mabungu Ntuli below, yes, the Mabungu Ntuli, then linking to Muzi, Sibia, and Bongani Ntanzi. You've clarified this point because I was quite perplexed when you testified that Mabungu Ntuli is actually number 5, suspect number 5, but you've clarified that earlier this morning. Now, my point with regard to that is this. In consultation with accused number 1, he states that Mabungu Ntuli, the deceased, is his uncle from the maternal side of the family. Right? And so the contact between them, it's their family, they contact each other. However, the main contact, that number of Sandiso Bongani Ntanzi communicating with Mabungu Ntuli, my instructions are that Sandiso Ntanzi does not know Mabungu Ntuli. He's never met him. They've never communicated.
Njalo yote. Umangalela wokuqala okuyena lana uSibiya. Uthi lona Mabungu Ntuli umalume wakhe. Uthi umalume ovele ochama ngapha ngakubomama uma wakhe. Lowa osewashiya kuMabungu washiya. Kanti ke masiza kuye lona ubongani uSandiso Ntuli Ntanzi. Bongani uSandiso Ntanzi. Cha mina lo Mabungu angimazi. Angazi ngixhumana noMabungu, angazi ngimfonele lo Mabungu, yilokho akusho yona. Salindele impendulo ngapha.
No comments. The linkages was done by my analysts by the AMB program. For some other reason, there were some links.
Now, if we look at the
mina ke angikwazi ukuthi ngisho okuthize ngalokho ke. Khona ke lolu hlelo olubizwa uAMB program. Ulona umsolwa waxhunyaniswa ke ngaleyo ndlela kusetshenziswa leyo program okuyi AMB.
Now, if we look at the number for Sandiso Bongani Ntanzi with respect to that diagram, what is the number that is there?
This one, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the number is 27609016890.
Okay.
Uthi ke leyo number lo ekhulunyiswa naye lona uNtanzi, inumber yakhona ke ethi 27609 016890.
Now, I've consulted with accused number 2, and he acknowledged and accepts that that is his number, that number that we've just read out now. However, he only acquired this number in 2019 when he bought a new phone, the Samsung J5. He has never used this number during 2014.
I can't comment on this as well because this phone is not Rika on his name. So it could be, it could not be.
Angikwazi ke uPaula. Ngoba phela le phone le ayirikhwanga egameni lakhe. Lokho akushoyo ukuthi yena uqala ukusebenzisa le number lo ngo2019, ngo2014 kayesebenzisa leyo number esiyishilo. Uthi kunokwenzeka kuyakhonakala ngoba ke leyo phone ayizange ike irikwe egameni lakhe. The Lordship, accused number 2 sent this up.
My Lord, if I may have a moment. That's it. That hurt my Lord. My instructions just now is that accused number 2 is adamant that this number was recut because it came with the phone when he bought it from the store. It was recut in store.
But it's not to say it's mentioned is in his name, my lord. It could be Means Rika in any family member with an iBook.
Manje akwenzeki ithi ngibeka ngalendlela uthi ke kunokwenzeka ukuthi irikiwe kodwa ayirikhwanga ngaphansi kwegama lakhe kunokwenzeka ukuthi ke khona ilunga lomndeni elenza ke ukuthi leyo cellphone irikwe.
Again, my lord, let me clarify this point with you. Once again, I'm indebted, my lord. Colonel, as you can see by the hand gestures, he's adamant that this number was not recorded in a family member's name. It was recorded in his name, and he bought the phone in Rustenburg as he was staying in Rustenburg in 2019. So it was never recorded in a family member's name. It was used, his ID was used to record this number.
No, my lord, I can't testify to that because I did check the numbers if I could trace anyone to prove ownership, and I couldn't find it.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
Mina ke angikwazi ukuthi ngaphawula kangako kulokho ke ngoba ngeke ngazama ukuthungatha ukuthi ubani umnikazi ke wale cellphone number lena manje ayivezi ukuthi i-cellphone erikiwe kahle njengoba ummangalelwa esho ukuthi yena wathenga le cellphone ayithenga ke eRustenburg kanti ke waphinde ke wayirikha khona lapho eRustenburg hayi ukuthi ke yarikwa ngelunga lomndeni uthi mina ngazama ukubheka ukuchecka ukuthi i-cellphone lena ke ubani umnikazi wayo ngathola ukuthi leyo cellphone azange ngirikwe.
Yeah, just one clarification. Does your client allege, you see, it's okay to say I bought it in Rustenburg. It could be bought from a shop which is accredited as a service provider for these devices. Or I could have bought it from Ratamu Khatleng, who was selling it at the bus stop. Are you with me?
I'm getting
Where exactly does he say he bought that piece? Then you can say Mr. Steyn, Colonel Steyn must respond to that. Because he insists that he bought it, right? Where? Is that not what you want to find out? Because you're saying when you did your analysis, you could not link it to any record
That's correct, yes.
number.
That's correct.
Are you with me?
Yeah, let me get my lord if it was. Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. The clarification point that I get is the following. That he bought this at the store. Either he bought at two stores, his clothes and everything, it was either Duns or Markham's in Rustenburg. And the SIM card and the phone came together as one unit. He did buy the SIM card separately and the phone separately. When he bought the phone, they also gave him that 99-cent SIM card, and it was recut in store, either Duns or Markham's. But he insists that it was recut using his identification document that he produced in store.
My Lord, I'm also not clear now, because he started with, he said he bought it in store, like as a contract phone. Now he comes with a 99-cent SIM card. That doesn't match.
Doesn't correlate.
That's correct.
We've never said anything about the contract phone.
But that's my point now.
Yes.
A 99 cents you not in store. You go home and record it.
No, not,
Yes.
not necessarily. I don't want to
The
testify.
one in store is for free. I did it last week.
I did it also last week on my phone.
Please.
So we don't go to debate. Understand, my lord.
Let the witness respond.
Manje akushoyo ke ukuthi umangalelwa uthi uthenge i-cellphone lena Duns noma ke Markham's Rustenburg. Kanti le phone mayiza ize iveli nayo ilokhu njani i-SIM card ngaphakathi kanti irikiwe khona lapho la ayithenge khona nge 99-cent SIM card. Uthi ke yabona ke kulapho ke izinto ke ifike igcubuzane khona ke ngoba phela ke uma kuthiwa 99 cents usho ukuthi ke iyokwenziwa iyorikwa ekhaya ngoba ngengaye uphendula kanjalo kufanele kube ukuthi irikwe ekhaya hayi eshop kwaba ke nokuphikisana kuba khona ke kanjalo.
In any event.
No, we must clarify that point because
Okay.
you are disputing the validity of Colonel Steyn's explanation that 99 cents can only be recut at home and not at the store. And you are saying he is wrong.
My lord, then I'll have to testify because my phone was stolen
No,
in Uber.
Just listen to me.
Yes.
You are putting it to him that
Yes.
it can be done.
Yes.
With the 99.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the shop.
In the shop.
In the shop.
In the shop.
And you, Colonel, you say that can happen.
No, it can happen if I stand and do it in the shop.
In the shop.
In the shop. I can stand anyway. I can stand at home in street anyway.
Yeah.
And do it.
Okay.
Uthi ke ushuthi uma yenziwa yimi ngase shop yenzeka ngaloko ngithatha isinqumo sokuphuma ke kuleyo shop ngime ngaphandle ngirike ngaphandle nganquma nokuthi mhlambe ngihambe ngiye ekhaya futhi angiphiki kangako ukuthi ngaphakathi kweshop ingenziwa kodwa ke uthi ngayenza mina ngaphakathi eshop leyo nto leyo urika ke
My Lord, I can just mention, it's not about the phone, Rika with a 99 cent or not. It's been, he admit the phone number belongs to him. And according to my AMB analysis, prove, like I testified last week, that the suspects in front of court do know each other. There's linkage between them. So he actually just admit that it's his number and they do link.
Manje akusikangako ke ukuthi i-cell number lena irikwe egameni lakhe kodwa ke i-cell phone number lena ekwazi ukuthi ixhunyaniswe nokuthi wafonelwa abani njengoba ke kuloko kwenziwa uphenyo kanjalo.
Just repeat that number so that
It's
which you state that he is now admitting that it is his number.
That's correct. The number is 27
27
609 01 6890.
Yabona ke leyo number lo ke kuthiwa umangalelo uyayivuma ukuthi inumber yakhe leyo 827 609 01 6890.
Now, you see, Colonel, you also confuse me. You stated that when you checked that number, you could not determine its ownership, yet you allocated to Ntanzi. And by his own, being frank and open with the court, he says, yes, that's my number, but I can explain that I got this number in 2019. I could not have phoned the deceased who died in 2013 or 14 with this number.
I just mentioned earlier in this court that I received information from the investigation team.
Mina ke sengingaqaqisa lenkantolo ukuthi phela ngathola ulwazi okanye ingxenye yalobu bufakazi okanye ingxenye yophenyo ukuqhamuka kule thimba labantu abaphenya leli cala. Mina ngathola lolu lwazi qhamuka ezandleni zabantu abaphenya icala. Ilokho engisho.
Now, at page 35 of your exhibit, you testified about Kelly Khumalo's alleged stolen phone, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo ukuthi ke kumayelana ke no ne cellphone ka Kelly Khumalo yantshontshwa ngapha kule page 35 ngikhuluma ngalokho ke.
And the phone that was stolen, do you know what make it was?
I didn't mention it here, but I can go back to my original IMP charge and I can determine it.
Manje angengikwazi angiyifakanga lana ukuthi uhlobo luni lwefoni kodwa ngaloko ngibuyele emuva ke ngiyocheck ukuthi
say that and you check it for me. If it was 938-2498, is that the correct
That's
number?
correct.
yebo kuyiqiniso ke inumber leya setshenziswa kuleyo cellphone engenagama okwamanje ethi 2772938248.
And do you know when was the last recorded activity on that phone, be it calls, texts, whatever? Do you know?
The last activity on that phone was at 23:51:58 seconds when there was a call forward on that phone.
Ukuthi ke what it was a call forward.
Yes.
Kube ne call forward ke ngamanye amazwi mhlambe khona ungazange waphendula ifoni makafonelwa nge 26 October 2014 isikhathi sasethi 23:31:38 seconds.
And after that call forward on that time and date, the 26th, was there any other activity that you know occurred on that phone?
That's correct. It did go on the 27th. Next page. 2 pages. But like I mentioned to the court last week, there was no action on the phone. The phone was switched off. There was a lot of people phoning that number. Didn't know the phone is stolen.
Manje uma sengishilo bese sengishilo la nkantolo ukuthi leyo cellphone ibibuka njenge cellphone eyayiseyiqinyiwe. Kwakhona abantu abaningi ke abebezama ukufonela yona leyo cellphone.
Now, Zandile Khumalo testified in this court, and in relation to that phone, she says unknown someone, called her on that phone with that number, demanding money from her, and that person was thinking that Zandile Khumalo was actually Kelly Khumalo.
My lord, let me go and see if I got the cell phone numbers, the analysis of Zandi Khumalo here, because if it's from that number, it should have shown here, and there's nothing on there. Let me just double check.
Shuthi mangabe ke leyo number like afonela ulokho njani uZandi efuna ke imali kuZandi mhlambe ecabanga ukuthi kwakukheli ebefanele ukuthi leyo number iyavelela khona la kuleni imininingwane enginayo ke yama calls lana okanye ingcingo.
My lord, if Zandile Khumalo was using the number ending with that 666 or 66669, didn't phone to that number, then she was using another number. but definitely not on the 66669 number.
Uma ngabe ke mhlambe wafonelwa kanjalo lo uZandi Khumalo bengekhona kule number lena ethi 66669 mhlambe bekungaba enye number kodwa hayi leyo.
And according to my AMB chart here, there wasn't any communications. There no one phone, no one talked to anyone, nothing. It's only call forward.
Uyabona ke ukuya ngale AMB chat yami la akekho wafonela omunye lana ke futhi ama call forward wonke.
That's her evidence. Now, with regard to a SIM card, do you know if a SIM card, a different SIM card was inserted in that device subsequent to this last call that you referred to?
No.
Lokho anginalo ulwazi wakho ukuthi mhlambe kwafakwa enye sim card nje khona lapho. Cha, anginalo ulwazi.
But now we must also remember is we receive it long time behind after that.
Siloko sikhumbula ke ukuthi lokho sakuthola emva kwesikhathi. Imininingwane lesinayo ke iyathola emva kwesikhathi esithize.
And just for clarification, if I understood your testimony correctly, it is that with respect to that so-called stolen phone and the cell number that we've referred to, you stated that the last call on that phone was at around 20:52 and some seconds, and that call was apparently made to Kelly Khumalo by a relative of Senzo Meyiwa, correct? Did you say something to that effect?
I'm not with you now. You said on this phone?
Yes, the last call was at 20:52. Just clarify for me, I may have heard you incorrectly. You said the last call on that stolen phone was on the 26th of October at around 20:52, and a call was made from a relative of Senzo Meyiwa. Is that what I heard?
2022.
No, that is not correct.
Yeah, there's no evidence like that.
Okay.
I
all right.
think my colleague is referring to the information on page 30, where it says last call received on 26 October 2014, 08:52:16 from Ntukutula Meyiwa.
Oh, no, it's clear up, my lord. That was, as I said, I don't want to put something that's wrong to you. I'll withdraw that.
Thank you, my lord.
Uthi cha
Yeah.
uyayikhokhisa le. Uthi last call yatholakala. Usho ke ubekhuluma ngayo lena eyenziwe nge-26 ka-October 2014 8:52 le ye Truecaller.
My lord,
uyayikhokhisa
I see we're just about to go for a short adjournment. I'm going to move on to a totally new aspect and then finish up after tea, my lord.
Okay,
If you can adjourn now.
Tea adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, yes. What's your time?
It's nearly 11:15.
I thought you can have tea anytime.
Anytime is tea time, my lord.
Okay, adjourn.
Yeah, if you can go a bit higher so that we see the diagram that's above. Yes, correct, perfect. Now, with respect to that, we were speaking earlier about linkages that you eloquently explained, and I don't have quibbles with that. The only clarification that I want with respect to that is this linkage that says linkage from up Kelly Kumalo down clientele with number 2787-6548416. Then it goes down to say Patrick Sibia at Muzi, and the number is 2782-603-3621. And it further goes Apple iPhone 6, and in brackets A1586, close brackets. The last number, I'm not sure whether it's an IMEI or a SIM card number. You let me know. It's 35925106483980. You see that?
No, I'm not.
On the diagram, sorry, on the diagram itself at page 5.
This one?
Yes, the linkage will be, if you see the bottom 3, the one in the middle,
This one?
that says Patrick CB clientele, it will be a linkage of clientele, then down to Patrick CB. I think it's the one in the middle. Yeah, it's the one in the, that one. Is that the one?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, I've just received instructions now from my client, accused number 1, that you see that it says Patrick Sibia and then at Muzi, and it gives the number. My instructions are that he doesn't know who Patrick Sibia is, because it also says at Muzi, which is his name.
That's the same number I did mention on the other page.
Yes, yes.
Of him,
Yes.
where I received the information that it's his.
Yeah, but he says he doesn't know who that Patrick Sibia is. And furthermore, he has never ever used an iPhone 6 at the time of this incident or prior to the occurrence of this incident.
My lord, I got information that he was in possession of that phone when we did a search in prison.
manje ke thina ke sithe masesha khona laphana ejele sathola ukuthi ke ubephethe yona leyo cellphone njengoba ke ethi yena ke akusiyena uPatrick Sibia ngoba igama leli lakhe umuzi nokuthi iApple phone 6 uthi akakazi nje ayiphathe yena manje ke thina sithe masesha lapha yana ejele sase sithola ukuthi i-cellphone lena ke eyakhe iyona ke le nombolo evelela lana isiloko siyixhumanisa nayo sonke lesikhathi.
Sorry, just for my clarification. Colonel, you insist that it's an i6.
It's possible that because we did receive few phones from prison, which we downloaded and also do some analysis. But that was way after the release, not during the incident of crime.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yes, sike sawathola ke ama-cellphone lamalo laphana ejele. Senza ama-download kuwo lawo ma-cellphone lawo. Emva ke kwesikhathi sokuthi baboshwe, hayi ngaleso sikhathi beboshwe.
Okay, so this is not related to the incident of 2014.
No, not the 2014.
Lokho ke abadakanyi ke.
If I may approach my notice,
say 2014.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it to the court. Colonel, at which prison was the search done and cell phones confiscated?
As I could remember correctly, Liukop prison.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke kwaseshwa khona lapha eLiukop prison. Lapho ke kwaseshwa kwathola ama cellphone athathwayo.
It could be Liukop or Gosimogoro, the one in Pretoria, because I received phones from both.
iLiukop kanye le ayishoyo Gosimampu.
Accused number 1, since his arrest, he's been housed at Modabi prison. He's never been to either Kosimampuru or Leukop, and he denies that he was found in possession of an iPhone 6 or that the phone was confiscated from him from prison.
My lord, then we must follow it off with the investigation team because that is what I did receive.
Mangabe ke uyasho kanjalo ke umangalelo ukuthi aze naboshele khona lapha eKhosimampuru okanye eLiukop. Lokho ke kumele kulandelisiswe ke kubhekwe laba abaphenya icala ithimba eliphenya icala.
Now, the last aspect that I want to touch with you, Colonel, is your testimony regarding the cell phone device of the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. And if I understand your testimony correctly, is that on the night of the incident, that phone was with him at the hospital. Did I understand you correctly?
I can't, my lord, I can't say it was with him in his position at the hospital, but the phone was also at the hospital.
The phone was also.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi ubeyiphethe kuye leyo cellphone esibhedlela. Kodwa engakusho ukuthi ngalobo busuku esesibhedlela yena i-cellphone bisesibhedlela.
Now, according to your investigation and analysis, how many cellular phones did the deceased have at the time of his death?
I only work on the one number. I think it's 551 and an end.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
Mina ke ngasebenza ngenambola eyodwa ekamufi yona ke 551 egcina ngo 551.
And do you know the make and model of that phone?
No, not at night, but I do have it.
Cha angazi ukuthi hlobo luni lefoni lolu kodwa ke nginakho la.
Now, Zandile Kumalo testified in this court, and she said that it was an iPhone 5 with that Jogyo memory.
It's an Apple phone.
Yes.
That's correct, because I remember the downloader also mentioned in his statement that he didn't have the PIN. That's why he didn't download it.
Bekuyi Apple phone ke lesikhuluma ngayo. Ngiyakhumbula ke naloya obe downloader ubehluleka ke ukuthi wenze umsebenzi wakhe ngoba phela ubengenayo iPin yokuyivula leyo Apple phone.
Now, my lord, with leave of the court, may I respectfully refer the Colonel to a statement A118, and that's the statement of Queen Gugu Ngubeni, and it was I want to see the date when it was taken. It was taken on the 10th of July 2018 at Tokoza, and I can't see the officer is Ra. If I may ask interpret. It was taken by Officer Shibiri.
Officer Shiburi.
Shibiri, they say it's Shibiri. Yes, maybe it's Shiburi because it's not really legible.
It must be Shiburi.
Yes.
I've never heard of Shibiri.
Thank you, my lord. Now, I'm just going to refer you to, especially regarding the movement of the deceased cell phone, at paragraph 7 thereof, and it's Gugu Queen Ngubeni stating, and I quote, "I heard people saying that Senzo was shot by criminals. Miss Julia Masia was also in the yard. She came to me and she took my daughter from me. Makumalo came to me and handed to me Tingo, that is Kelly's daughter in brackets, the house keys and a cell phone. At paragraph 8 thereof, it continues to read, and I quote, I later realized that the cell phone belongs to Senzo because people were phoning looking for Senzo. I remember Opa Manyesa, Orlando Pirates captain, and Mama J, the Orlando Pirates fan, phoned looking for Senzo, and I gave the phone to my mother, to my, what's this? Oh, I gave the phone to my mom, the phone to answer. Now, according to this witness, she was given the phone by Makumalo, belonging to the deceased. Do you know anything about it?
No, my lord.
Kami angazi lutho ngalokho ukuthi ukuya ngalo fakazi lona ke ifoni wanikezwa yona uMakhumalo.
The point I'm raising with this, and I'm going here, is this. Zandile Khumalo testified that when they all came from hospital, that is the people that were in the house after now the deceased is declared dead. When they came back from the house, amongst other items that they found in the kitchen, and in particular just beneath the stove, it was this phone of the deceased. So that means the phone never left the house at the time they went to hospital. What's your comment on that?
I can't give any comment on that because I never received any downloads, but if I look through the statement of the downloader, he mentioned that he couldn't open the phone. So maybe the court should ask him when he testified.
Okay. I mean that.
Ukuthi mababuya esibhedlela bathola i-cellphone ngaphansi kwesitofu, mabathi bayayi-check leyo cellphone iyona ikaSenzo, kanti-ke bona baqhamuka esibhedlela njengoba lo fakazi ethe ngenkathi uSenzo esesibhedlela ne-cellphone nayo ibikhona khona lapha esibhedlela. Uthi cha mina akukho okuningi ngakusho ngaphandle ukuthi ke lona ke obenza i-download nguyena ke umuntu okungabe uphethe impendulo ngoba mina ke ngisebenza ngolwazi olwalethwa kimi.
Thank you, my lord. That's all I have for this witness.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Minister.
As it please the court, my lord. Sir, it was by mistake that you kept on referring to Mabungu Ntuli as accused number 5 in your evidence in chief, not so?
That's correct.
Thebe kwaba yiphutha ukuthi lo ngikhuluma ngoMabhungu ngithi umangalela wesihlanu kube yiphutha.
Thank you. Now on page 21 on exhibit 01, if you can go there, 29.
Sorry, 29.
29, yes. That's now the schematic representation of who's connected to who and who's connected to who. No, thank you. Now, there's a mention there of Mr. Tobisi Gadla Mnube and the cell phone number. And as I go through the schematic representation, I realize that there are also arrows that connect him with Fisoguhle Ntuli. Is that so?
That's correct. If you're talking about this link now, that too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho uma ngabe sikhuluma ngokuxhumana lolu oluphakathi kuka Gadla Mncube kanti nolokhunjani lapha yana noNtuli Fisoguhle Ntuli.
Now, in your endeavor to try and connect a possible conversation between the two of them, what did you use? Did you use his card, his SIM card, or you used his cell phone?
I use both because I download usually both of them, or they download both of them, and I download both of the information into my analyst data chart.
Chuthi mina ngihlaziya O2 ngihlaziya ke cell number. You saying you analyze the cell number?
The cell number, the handset number, and the SIM card.
Okay. Othi ke handset number, chuthi ke number ye phone, kanti ke ne number ye SIM card. Thatha zona zo2 makahlaziya ke.
Because my lord, sometimes it can happen that the information is stored on the handset and not on the SIM card, but also versa versa as well.
Kunokwenzeka ke ukuthi ulwazi oluthize luyatholakala ke kwi-phone kanti alukho kwi-SIM card. Kwesinye isikhathi ke uthola ukuthi lolo lwazi likhona okanye imininingwane ikhona kwi-SIM card kodwa ayikho kumakhalekhukhwini.
Now, is that what you did in this case, where you connected a possible conversation between Mr. Mncube and Mr. Mabungu Ntuli?
That's correct.
Uthi yabo lokho engikwenzeleke okumayelana ke nalokuxhumana likhona phakathi kaMthombisi Gadla Mncube no Mabungu Ntuli. Uthi lokho engikwenzile.
Is that the same process that you also used in connecting Mr. Mncube and Fisoguhle Ntuli?
That's correct. That's the only process I use.
Iyona nqubo engiyisebenzisile ke nokuthi ngixhumanise laba babini uMthombisi Gadla Mncube kanti ke naye uFisoguhle Ntuli.
Let me just put it clear to the court. I'm using everything which I got in my position. If I got downloads, I use it. If I got cell phone records, I use cell phone records.
Ithi ngisho ke ukuthi uma ngabe ama downloads nginawo ngiyawasebenzisa. Uma ngabe ngine record yama cell phones okanye yeyinqiko nayo ngiyayisebenzisa. Ngisebenzisa konke nginakho ngaleso sikhathi.
That's just a general statement. I'm referring to what is it that you use in this particular case to link Mr. Mncube and Mr. Ntuli. That's now Fisoguhle.
That's correct. I was using the IMB chart, IMB analyst notebook chart. Program.
Ngangisebenzisa yona AMB analyst chart. Okanye lelo hlelo ilona engilisebenzisile. Ukuxhumanisa ke uMthombisi Gadla Mncube kanye naye uFisoguhle Ntuli.
So what I want to know from you is, did you have the SIM card or did you have his gadget? That's now the handset.
No, my lord. I only got the end product which I received from Sergeant Mbasa.
Futhi ke mina ke ngivele nganikezwa lokho abebesebenza phezu kwakho. Akakhulukazi ulokho njani uSergeant Mabasa. Yilokho ke engingaba nakho. Ukuthi mhlambe bekuyilokho njani ke i-cell phone lokho njani i-number le ye-cell phone leyo okanye ye-SIM card. Mina ke ngithathe lokho engikuthole kuMabasa ngasebenza ngakho.
So what you're saying is, it is Sergeant Mbata
Mbasa.
Mbasa. Mabasa or Mbasa?
Mabasa.
Mabasa, yes. It is Sergeant Mabasa who will do the spade work and then thereafter request you to do the analysis.
Like I mentioned in my testimony during last week, he did also analysis, but he concentrate on some different points.
Yes.
And then I received it from my Brigadier Kaginda, and he with other taskings which I did. So actually the downloads, the end product was going to him and to me as well.
Shuthi ke nakho kuhlaziya na ukwenzile kodwa ke kwamanye amaphuzu nami kwaba namaphuzu athize Brigadier Geninda angitshela ukuthi mangisebenze phezulu kwawo uma ngihlaziya sengikhuluma ngayo lo Mabasa bekungeyimina kuphela owayehlaziya naye uMabasa kukhona ke ingxenye yalokufakazi akwazile okanye akwazileyo ukuthi makabuhlaziye so babili ke sikwazile ukuhlaziya ke khona lapho uGeninda ke wasuyangitshela ukuthi mangichubeke ngihlaziye ke okuya ke ngaleli.
Thank you. You had further agreed or considered when you were cross-examined by my colleague on behalf of accused number 1 and 2 that the cell phone records alone, without what the people were actually saying in their conversations, that's not an offense, not so?
That's correct.
Yebo ngikuzwile lokho uma ke ummeli kaMangalelo lokuqala wesibili esho ukuthi uma abantu abawu2 bexhumana bafonelana lokho ke akukho mhlambe singathi into engaphandle komthetho okanye ubugebengu cha angeke sisho kanjalo.
When did the conversation or the contact, let me not say conversation, but the contact between Mr. Mncube and Mr. Nkani took place?
I don't know. I only analyze, I would say throw everything in a database, and then the database, the AMB program will pick up and say that there was contact between these two.
Okay.
Angazi ukuthi baxhumana nini ke uMncube kanye naye ubaba uNtuli lana ulwazi lonke likhona lapha kwe database kanti ke kukhona la iprogram lesikhuluma ngayo ekwaziyo ukuthi ithole mayithungatha ukuthi kube nokuxhumana okukhona phakathi kwalabantu ababili.
My Lord, it's possible that you can do it if you was requested to do that. So I could have gone into, let's say, the 205 or in a databases and see when did it happen. But I wasn't requested to do that.
Ngikusho lokho ke uma ngicela ukuthi mangiyohlola okanye ngihlolisise ukuthi lokho kwenzeka nini lo xhumano lo lwenzeka nini ngakwazi ukuthi ngikwenze lokho mhlambe ngicheke ku section 205 kanye na kwi database ukuthi lokho kwenzeka nini kodwa ke akusisona isicelo engasithola phambili ukuthi ngikwenze.
So you were basically requested to establish whether was there any contact between Mr. Mncube and Mr. Fisoguhle Ntuli and Mr. Mabhungu Ntuli, which is what you did.
He didn't mention any specific names. He mentioned to me all the suspects' name. He said, who can you identify from your database? And that is the product which comes out.
Shuthi ke kuthiwe ngubani umuntu ongakwazi ukuthi ngaleli uhlelo ukwazi ukumkhomba ke kwaba ukuthi kuvelela lokho ke esesinakho manje.
Who is in a position to give that information relating to time as to when the calls were made, the time and the duration thereof?
Anyone can do it. Anyone with AMB access can do that. Or in position of the section 205.
Nanoma ubani mhlawumbe uphethe section 205 okanye lelo hlelo ke iAMB program angakwazi ukuthi asho ukuthi uxhumano lwaba ngubani isikhathi phakathi kwalabantu abawu2 or abantu abawu3 kanjalo.
Who provides the information that would normally be contained in the 205? Is that not the service provider?
That's correct.
Service provider yona ke phana ke ngolwazi olutholakala ku section 205.
Thank you, sir. That was just the background about this whole chat thing. Mr. Mncube, does say that indeed he knew Mr. Mabungu Ntuli because they were staying together, and Mr. Mabungu Ntuli was accused number 5's uncle, and accused number 5 will come and visit Mr. Mabungu Ntuli. That's when then they started to know each other.
That's possible, my lord.
Yakhonakala ukuthi uNcube bekazana noMabhungu Ntuli kanti uMabhungu Ntuli bekumalume kalokho njani ka mangalelo wesihlanu makeza ke ezovakashela ke uMabhungu ke kulapho ke akwazile ukuthi bazane yena noMabhungu.
Thank you. Now, on Friday, in your chief evidence, there were photos that were beamed here in court, and you were requested to make some comments on them. Do you still remember?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kukhona izithombe ezavezwa la enkantolo ngase ngiyaphawula ngazo lezo izithombe.
And you made mention of the fact that those photos came from the cell phone that was retrieved from accused number 3. Is that not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngakusho lokho ke lezo izithombe zathathwa ke ukuchama kule phone kaMangalelwa wesithathu.
Now, I'm not so sure whether you'll be in a position to help the court in this one. We'll make an example. Say, for instance, I use my phone and take you a photo, let's say, on the 12th of February. And then on the 20th of February, I request you to forward, no, in fact, you request me, the taker of the photos, to forward you those photos. Are you able to follow?
Yes, I'm B.
Now, and I do that on the 20th of February, at the time at which the photos were taken on the 12th of February. Now, in your cell phone, what would be the date that would be reflected as to the date that would be synonymous with the date on which the photos were taken?
That will be the date when I receive it. But I must also remember, like I mentioned on Friday, then there should have been another script under the photo. There would be mentioned, especially with your downloads. Then you can pick up, I received that photo from you to me on that date and time. And it won't also make mention about the GPE number I did mention on Friday. That means that it's clear to me that that photo was taken by the handset and wasn't sent from someone else's phone to that phone.
Manje uma ngabe kuyenzeka ke ukuthi kukhona isihlobo esithathwayo nge-12 zika February and then nge-20 zika February bese ngiyacelwa ukuthi no akungithumeleke leso sithombe kanti leso sithombe uma sizofika kimina othunyelwa isithombe i-date ezovelela lapho izothi i-20 zika February. Ngikwazile ke nokuthi ngicacise leyo nto leyo ukuthi kukhona ke ifastelanyana encanyana elishoyo ukuthi kusetshenziswe lokhu uhlelo lokuthatha leso sithombe mhlambe ne date ke ivele khona lapho futhi ke lokho kuyobonisa ke ukuthi yisithombe esathola okanye sathunyelwa hayi kangaka ukuthi sathathwa yimina futhi sibonisa ukuthi lelo hlelo i-JPEG mhlambe bekuyihlelo okanye uhlelo olwasetshenziswa umakhalekhukhwini ukuthatha leso sithombe.
The last aspect of your testimony, this JPEG thing, is it something that would be readily available on the statement? or on the pictures that have been exhibited here at court?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
Even the downloader, when he come and testify just after me, he can also testify about that. You will see, like in this photo now, you will see each photo number 110015.
Yes.
And if you put your cruiser or then you will get this message.
If I do what?
Angakwazi ukuthi afike la enkantolo ethi makuzothula ke ubufakazi asebenzise ke yona le fastelanyana lencane lena ke uma uthatha ikhesa yakho ibeka kuleso sithombe kuzovela ke lolo lwazi okanye leyo mininingwane njengoba ivelile la kulesi sithombe.
So that information also reflects the time at which those photos were taken.
That's correct. And remember we mentioned about the plus 2 hours on Friday.
Yes.
Okay.
Ngempela isikhathi sovezwa ke khona lapho futhi siloko sikhumbula ukuthi sasho ukuthi kumele siphinde sifake phezulu kwaleso sikhathi i2 hours.
I'm wondering if we are able to be shown a bigger version of the photos which are appearing there.
I only got one with me. I can show the court the one which was in question about the dreadlocks.
Yes.
It's a pity my laptop is not compatible with the system, then I should have everything with me. There is a more clear photo.
Naso ke isithombe engathi sigqamile ke manje.
And that's the one in question.
Uyena ke lona sikhuluma ngayo okanye sona ke lesi sithombe esikhuluma ngaso.
Now on this one, where do we get the application that indicates that this photo was taken on the 26th? Or that which indicate which date was this photo taken?
I can, if I, like I just mentioned in the court, my lord, if I got my own laptop or the downloader tomorrow, can indicate to the court on the photo, the date and time and everything.
Ngakwazi ukuthi ngikwenze lokho mhlambe uma ngiphethe i-downloader game njengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi lokho engikuphethe manje akwazi ukuthi angikwazi ukusebenzisa kahle kodwa ke lokho kungakwazi ukuthi kungisize ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa ngani noma sathathwa nini.
Like I mentioned, I received a photo like that. If I just take the cruiser like this, then I get the time when it's been taken and if you click on it, then you will give the bigger photo, like I did have in the other one.
Njengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngibeka ikhesa khona lapha kulesa sithombe ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngithole imininingwane le. Futhi ke ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngenze lesi sithombe sibe sikhudlwana ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukubona ngendlela afanele ukuthi abone ngakhona.
Thank you, sir. With the leave of court, I'm going to request you to assist us with that information for the sake of completeness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of my lord.
Uyavuma ukuthi hayi uzolekelela ngalolu lwazi.
So the photo that is just exhibited here at court, as I understand you well, it will also indicate the time at which it was taken by a particular cell phone.
That's correct. The cell phone which was downloaded by Sergeant Mbasa.
Yes.
Kuyasho ukuthi i-cellphone esetshenziswe lapho ke kanti ke leyo cellphone kwenziwa ama-download kuyo uSergeant Mabasa.
Now there are other photos which do not reflect the date on which they were taken. Would you agree with me, in the very same album?
That's correct. Do you mean this part now or not? Because this was only a snip tool, for example, for the court. But if I got the original in front of me, I can show actually all of them, except if it's a photo when, like you just mentioned in the court, which I did receive, then it won't show me when it was taken, but it will show me when I receive it.
Manje angazi ke lokho kulana ke kwathathwa nje ukuthi kuzokwenza umzekelo la enkantolo kanti ke uma isidingo sikhona ngakwazi ukuthi ngingene ngisebenzisa lo uhlelo ke engibona ukuthi ngineme okanye ngiyalithokozela ngiveze konke okanye ngiveze zonke lezi ithombe lana kanti uma ngabe isithombe sathunyelwa mina efonini yami angeke ke leso sithombe sikwazi ukuveza ukuthi sathathwa nini soveza ukuthi mina ngasithola nini.
So what you're basically saying is if somebody sends you a photo in your cell phone, it will not be able, that photo, that cell phone or that information in relation to that photo will not indicate the date on which it was taken, the time at which it was taken, but it will only indicate the date on which you received it in your cell phone.
That's correct, my lord, because that will be mentioned in the download picture from the downloader.
Manje yebo kuyiqiniso lokho. Kuyovela ke kulokho njani kwi-download picture. Angeke ikwazi ukuveza ukuthi isikhathi sathathwa ke ngaso leso sithombe, kodwa kuyovela ke lento yokuthi mina ngasithola nini leso sithombe.
There are photos, just to give you a bit of a background, there are photos that were made available as exhibits by the state. I'm not so sure if we can be assisted with the demonstration on the screen there. No, that's not for you, it's for the state. I'm requesting that certain photos, for instance, should just be flighted on the screen. I'm trying to get to be loaded into the screen here. I think there's a photo that was handed to us as exhibit. It's photo number 46. Actually, it's not an exhibit, but a photo that was discovered by the state to us as photo number 46. It is
That focus is not in my testimony, my lord. I only work on my tasking which I received from my brigadier, which asked me to do, to identify the dreadlocks and the type of clothing he was wearing that day. So I agree, there's a lot of other photos. Photos of firearms, photos of money, everything.
Leso sithombe ke anginaso kulezi ithombe engisebenza ngazo manje ngoba phela ke ngacelwa ukuthi ngibheke lo muntu lo ubegcoke njani, ube nama dreadlocks noma cha. Kodwa ke ngiyavuma izithombe zona ziningi kakhulu. Izithombe zala abantu baphethe isibhamu khona okanye ibhamu khona. Kuningi nje izithombe zona zikhona, kodwa ke mina ngicela ngicelwe ukuthi ngibheke eziphi izithombe kangaka. Yizona ke nginazo.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that. I think the state is going to help us because this is what was discovered by them to us.
I agree. The Sergeant Mombasa will show it to the court tomorrow because it's on his testimony. Because he's the downloader, he's in position of everything.
Sergeant Mombasa uyena ozokwazi ukuthi eze azothula lokho bufakazi, azoqinisekisa lokho. Uyena umuntu obenza ama-download. Uyena ke umuntu onazo lezo izithombe.
Even myself, my lord, I do have it, but it's not with me.
Nami nginazo kodwa ke okwamanje angiyiphethe lezo izithombe.
Let's wait for the state if they are not in a position to assist us with it being beamed into the system.
My lord, I recognize this photos. This one with the firearms, I think.
No, sir, no. It does not work out like that. You wait for me and I lead you.
Okay,
Do you understand? Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you. Photo number 46. It's written on top there A194 and it's tabbed photo number 46. I'm not so sure whether it can be beamed here.
My lord, photo number 6
46.
646.
on page 46.
So it's photo 6 on page 46.
Yeah. It's photo number 0023.
0023.
Sir, I've said I'm going to lead you here. Do you understand? We're waiting a clarification from the state as to whether they will be in a position to beam it for this court into the system.
Now, but be fair to the witness.
Do you understand?
Wait, Mr. Nisi. Be fair to the witness. He was handed that information.
Yeah. Sergeant Mabaso is going to testify about this exhibit. If counsel wants to use it now, we can hand it up provisional as an exhibit to be exhibit S.
So this witness, Colonel Steyn, can testify as to that,
Yeah.
because it's not part of his
Yes.
downloading
Yes, it was done by
by
Sergeant
Sergeant
Mabaso.
Mabasa.
You know the reason why I say I'm reluctant not to let go of this point. It is because of your testimony to the effect that when a photo that is taken by a particular cell phone, there will be a reading that will demonstrate the date on which that photo was taken and the time at which that photo was taken, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Like I mentioned here, if I go to a photo like that and a cruiser is there, then I will get the time been taken, the number, everything. If I open it, I will get the photo like that. Then I print the photo like that.
Manje ke ilokho engikushoyo ngiyavuma ukuthi uma ngabe isithombe sithathiwe ke ngomakhalekhukhwini ubese ke uyasesha kulezo ithombe kube nesithombe esithize mhlambe obonakala ukuthi uthanda ukusivula usibheke kahle uthi mubeka ikhesa lapho kuleso sithombe leyo khesa ke izoveza isikhathi neprogram njengoba sengishilo phambilini bese ke uma ngithanda ukuthi mhlambe ngisprint leso sithombe ngiyakwazi ke ukuthi ngisprint njengalesi esivelela lana.
Let me give you a bit of a background about my question. On Friday, or in your evidence in chief, you were requested to comment on the clothing that appeared in certain pictures here, which the person who was appearing on those photos, you were identified as accused number 3. Do you still remember?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi omnye abantu obeqhamuka lana okanye obevelela la kulesi ithombe ngathi mina ummangalelwa ke wesithathu njengoba ebevelele egcoke lezi impahla nangendlela ke kubukeka ngakhona.
And you also made mention of the fact that those photos were taken on the 26th of October 2014. And you also stated the time at which they could have been taken, but then you said you need to make an allowance for an extra 2 hours, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngakusho lokho ukuthi futhi kukhona isikhathi okanye usuku lezo ithombe zathathwa ngalo 26 October 2014 nesikhathi kanti ke uma kuvezwe isikhathi siloko sikhumbula ke ukuthi kumele sifake u2 hours phezu kwaleso sikhathi esivezwa ke khona lapho ileso sithombe umubeka ikhesa lapho.
Let us quickly go to 1 or 2 of those photos which you testified about on Friday on the system. Can you please show them to us?
There's one in front of you.
What?
There's one in front of you. One on the screen.
I see 12 photos there. It's not one, I see 12.
Like I mentioned on Friday, there's the scripts, there's the photo. That's also a photo which I did so to record on a bigger version now, my lord.
Yes, let's go to it. That's why I'm saying, can we go to one or two of the photos that we beamed on Friday?
My
On
lord,
the
that
screen.
was the photo of Friday. That's my statement.
May you please give us a bigger version of that photo, sir?
Isona ke lesi sithombe mina engasikhomba ngolesihlanu. Sona ke isithombe engasikhomba ngolesihlanu. Ukuthi manje sizocheck ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sisenze ukuthi leso sithombe sibe sikhudlwana na.
That's the only 2 photos I got with me.
Yes, wait there. Yeah, this one will suffice.
Nazo ke lesi. Nathi igcamile.
Now, according to the information that you have, when was this photo was taken?
Like I mentioned on my statement, in that block, the date and time plus 2 hours is mentioned there. It seems to me we're going to go forward and backwards now.
Ngithe mina uma ubeka ikhesa lapho kulesi sithombe uyakwazi ukuthi uthole isikhathi ukuthi i-date isithombe lesathathwa ngayo nesikhathi siyavelela ke lapho bese ufaka 2 hours phezu kwaleso sikhathi. Ngathi manje saloko siya phambili nasemuva. Ilokho engithini.
We can go forward 400 kilometers. We can go backward
Now, Mr.
for another 100 kilometers, say. I need clarity on this one. It's not for you to tell me that now it seems like we're going forward and backward. I want clarity on this one. Can you please tell this court on what date and at what time was this picture taken?
Mr. Mnisi, this witness testified that there are 2 methods
Yes.
which he, as a person who has received the downloaded data from Brigadier and Svea. Yeah, Kadina, yeah. He says if it was taken contemporaneously, meaning that photo, when it was taken, the mechanism will correlate with the time it was taken.
Yes.
As opposed, if it was taken by a particular mechanism and it is subsequently transported through
Yes.
to your own device.
Yes.
These are 2 different time strips. Am I right, sir?
That's correct.
I mean, that's the concept.
That I understand, man.
So what is the problem?
That I quite understand.
Yeah.
But I want this witness, if you can say, you can tell us on what date and at what time was that photo that is now being exhibited taken.
There's the photo. There's the GPEG image.
Yeah.
Date taken 2014, 10:26, 05:28 p.m. With other words, it's 1700 hours, 28 minutes. And if you add 2 hours with that, then it's going to be 1928.
Naso
Thank you.
isikhathi. I-date okuthathwa lesi sithombe ethi 26 October 2014 kanti isikhathi sithi 5:28 p.m. Uma sifaka ke amahora awu-2 izothi 7:28 or 19:28.
Thank you, sir. Now the photo, the photo which has just been handed over to you by my colleague, that is photo mark number 46.
Page 46.
Page 46, it doesn't matter. There's a 46 at the bottom of the page. Now it says, photo 0023 that was taken on the 26th of October 2014. Do you see that?
I can't say it's been taken. I only see the script there. Photo 0032 and the date.
Ngengikwazi ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa ngaleso sikhathi. Ngiyabona nje kubhaliwe ukuthi photo 0023 ne-date.
How do we verify on which date and at what time was this photo taken?
My lord, if you ask the downloader tomorrow, he will do exactly what I'm doing now. He will go to the cruiser, go to the photo, and he will show you exactly the same now on this photo number 0023. If I got my laptop with me, I could have done it now.
Yeah, you said it's not compatible with
That's
the-
correct, yes.
I mean, really, we've heard that evidence, that he's struggling with the compatibility of the two devices. Otherwise, he would show it to you now, that information.
So you're not in
That's the only person who can do it, because his device is the one that transported this photo. It's Sergeant Mabasa.
So you're not in a position, in a sense, to tell us the date on which and the time at which that photo on page number 46, as you're saying, was taken.
I can do it, but I'm not in a position to do it now.
ngakwenza lokho kodwa ke angikho sesimeni sokuthi mhlawumbe ngingakwenza manje.
Yes.
Kodwa ke ngakwazi ukuthi ngisho ukuthi leso sithombe ke esivelela la ku page 46 sathathwa ngubani isikhathi. Hayi manje. Kanti ke inkantolo kushilo lokho phambili ukuthi ukhuluma ngobasa njena ngoba lesisetshenziswa sakhe icomputer yakhe ayikwazi ukuxhumana kahle ke nalokho esikusebenzisayo manje. Yize ke eyiphethe lezo lokho njalo lezo ithombe. Kanti Mabasa uyena umuntu ongakwazi ukuthi makafika kusasa akwazi ukuzosinceda ngalokho ngoba eyakhe ke icomputer mhlawumbe mayixhunyaniswa ke nalokho esikusebenzisayo la ekhaya izokwazi ukuthi isinikeze isithombe nje sicamile.
Thank you, sir. I'll take this aspect up with Mr. Mabasa. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, my lord.
Now let's go on. May we kindly go back to the bigger photo that you beamed there? Yeah, thank you. Now on Friday, or in your evidence in chief, you were requested to make some comments about this photo, not so?
That's correct.
Yebo. Ngolesihlanu okanye mhlambe kule viki elidlulile ngeke ngacela ukuthi ngiphawule mayelana ke nalesi sithombe.
Amongst others, you are requested to demonstrate, to indicate whether the person that is appearing on that photo, or one of the person that is appearing on that photo, do you see him here at court? And then you pointed at accused number 3. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Kwathiwa ke omnye wabantu ke ombona lana kule lokhunjana kulesi sithombe ngabe uyambona la enkantolo wase wena uthi yebo ngiyambona uyavuma ukuthi ngathi yebo ngase ngikhomba umangalelo wesithathu.
Why do you say that a person that you are, one of the person that you're seeing in that photo is accused number 3?
Because I can recognize as the same person, my lord.
Kaphela ngimkhumbula ngiyambona ngendlela engimbona ngakhona ngiyamkhumbula ngiyabona ukuthi nguye lo muntu lona okhona lana kulesi sithombe futhi ukhona lana la enkantolo.
How do you recognize that that's the same person, that the person appearing on that photo there, the same person is accused number 3? How do you recognize him? I know you're using your eyes
That's true, and my glasses.
and the glasses. Yes. But how do you recognize him?
Uthi yebo ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngimbone ngamehlo wami. Nalama spectacles engingafakile ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngibheke.
You can recognize him by his nose, his eyes, everything. It's not that difficult. It's like my lord mentioned on Friday, it's like Madiba. You know him as that, and if you see a photo and you see someone else, you know you can connect it to.
Yebo ngiyakwazi ukumbona ngibona ngamehlo amakhala ubuso bakhe njengoba inkantolo ke yasho phambilini ukuthi nangu uMandela uyamazi and sebebonisa omunye umuntu uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi lona uMandela okanye uMadiba lona ke akusiyena uMadiba ukubona nje uyabona ukuthi abantu bahlukile.
Now you're mentioning Mr. Madiba. Mr. Madiba has been an international icon. Everybody, I think, who is in their sane mind will know who Madiba is. Not so? He's an international icon. His photos are all over the show. Not so?
That's correct, my lord. But
Thank you.
if you work with, let's say, 100 or 1,000 photos of one individual on his downloads, and at the end of the day, that picture is clear in your head. If you will see that person in street, you will recognize him.
Ngiyakuvuma lokho ukuthi uMadiba waziwa mhlaba wonke nje jikelele. Kanti ke mina engakusho ukuthi uma usebenza ngezithombe nje eziningi zomuntu oyedwa egcineni lesi sithombe sakhe siyahlala ngapha engqondweni yakho. Uyakwazi ukusho ukuthi uye lo.
Now, thank you, sir. Back to the business of the day. Why do you say the person that is appearing on the photos is accused number 3? How do you recognize him?
By identical points, like I mentioned, the nose, the lips, the cheek here, the ears, I can...
Njengoba sengishilo ke ngeimpawu zomazisi wakhe ke okanye uma umbheka lana ebusweni uyakwazi ukubona umlomo ikhala amadlebe konke nje okwakhe nje okusebusweni ngiyakwazi ukuthi nje ngimbone ukuthi uyena.
What about his nose?
Come again?
What about his nose?
The way his nose is the same as in the photo.
Ngendlela ikhala lakhe lingakhona manje liyafana nangendlela ikhala lakhe libuka ngakhona kulezi zithombe.
What about his ears?
It's the same.
Namadlebe nje kanjalo ayafana.
I guess you'll say the same thing about his eyes.
No, I didn't mention eyes now.
Zange ngikhulume ngamehlo ke la.
What about his eyes?
Can you see his eyes, the color of his eyes there? I can see his color of his eyes now if he's not looking down, but he's looking for me sometimes.
What about his eyes?
Mbala wamehlo wakhe ngiyakwazi mina ukubona ukuthi maka ngibhekile ngiyakwazi ukubona okwamanje ubheke phansi beloke ngibhekile ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngubheke umbala wamehlo wakhe.
And just photos,
So there's nothing that you can say about his eyes.
that's correct.
Thank you.
It's not clear enough for me to mention, identify you and your color of your eyes on that photo.
Yes.
True.
Hayi kweqiniso ke kweqiniso ukuthi angekwazi ukusho ukuthi mhlambe ngakwazi ukuthi ngithi ngakhomba wena ngenxa yombala wamehlo wakho njengoba kuvelela lana kulesi sithombe.
You would note that the person who is depicted in the photo there has got dreadlocks or has got a particular hairstyle.
That's correct.
Do you see that?
That's correct.
Yebo ngiyabona ukuthi lo muntu oqhamba lana ovelela la kulesi sithombe une hairstyle nje ekhethile.
Does the accused who's before court that you have pointed out on Friday wear the same hairstyle as the one who is depicted in the photos there?
No? No, my lord.
Ka lo mangalelo ngimkhombe ngolesihlanu akanayo hairstyle yalona ovelela kulesi sithombe.
And yet you still able to identify him.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso nanoma kunjalo ke ngikwazi ukuthi ngingamkhomba.
Are those the one in the only features through which you are able to tell this court that the person who's depicted in the photos there is accused number 3?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi izona impawu ke ngiyibona la ezenza ukuthi ngimkhombe umangalelo wesithathu ukuthi uyena umangalelo wesithathu.
Are you certain, Colonel?
I'm certain, my lord.
Yebo nginesiqiniseko.
What about his skin complexion?
I didn't mention skin complexion when you ask me in which way I identify you. So don't try to put words in my mouth now, my lord.
Ungazami ke ukuthi ufake amagama emlonyeni. Azange ngikhulume ngombala wesikhumba sakhe mina.
Sir, I requested you to tell this court on what basis are you saying that the person who's depicted in the photos there is accused number 3. Then you started to mention his mouth, his lips, his nose, and his ears, not so?
That's
Those
correct.
are descriptive features, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ngikuthile lokho ke ngakhuluma ngamadlebe ngomlomo ikhala ngikwazile ke okanye indebe ngikwazile lokho ukusho kuyiqiniso ukuthi impawu ezifana ngesithombe sokuthi yena ungubani uyabukeka kanjani.
But I didn't mention the color of his skin for a reason.
Kanti azange ke ngikhuluma ukuthi ke umbala wesikhumba sakhe ubunjani ngesizathu nje esithize.
Now I come and ask you, are those the only descriptive features that you can give of accused number 3? And then you say yes, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi yizona zodwa lezo impawu esengikhulume ngazo ezenza ukuthi ngithi ngamkhomba lo umangalelo wesithathu.
And then I say further to you, what about his color? Then you say, I shouldn't put words in your mouth.
That's correct.
Yebo ngitshilo lokho ukuthi uma wena usukhuluma ngokuthi umbala wesikhumba ngathi cha ungangifaki amagama emlonyeni.
Is the color of a person in a descriptive narrative not an integral part of his identification?
That's true, my lord. But you must keep in mind, when this photo was taken, he was an outsider. He was in the sun. He's now in custody.
Manje ke umuntu kwamele ukuthi akhumbule lokho ukuthi nanoma ke ukuthi kumqoka kakhulu uma uphana ke ngempawu zokuthi lo muntu ubebukeka kanjani ukuthi isikhumba sakhe umbala wesikhumba umuntu asho ukuthi kwaku isikhumba esinjani kodwa ke asikhumbule phela lokho uma lesi sithombe besithathwa umuntu ungaphandle bengekho ngasejele manje ke ungaphakathi ejele sho khona ke ukuthi umbala ungaze ushintshe.
Are you a dermatologist this way?
Please, my lord.
Thanks, my lord.
I don't know where we're going with this.
Yeah.
I think it's an unfair question.
As it is the court, my lord. This witness says, is basically saying in this court that a color of a person changes with regard to the circumstances where they are. When they are outside, it's one color. When they are indoors or in jail, it can change to another, like a chameleon. Is that what you're saying?
My lord, I think we're wasting time now.
There's a quick piece, my lord. I think that those are aspects that my learned friend can live for.
No, I'm not leaving.
Yeah, Mr. Minister,
As it is the court, my lord.
this witness has given you the identification features which he believes enable him to identify that person on the screen with the person you say is accused number 3.
Yes.
So you can put it to him that, you know what, that person on that photo is not accused number 3 because of this and this and that and that and that. Otherwise, as he says, we're going around the merry-go-round. Put it to him. Maybe he's wrong, I don't know.
May I proceed, madam?
Yeah.
Say, I won't actually put it to you the manner in which the court is requesting me to do it. Actually, I'm going to put it to you that indeed the person that you are seeing in that photo there, is it indeed accused number 3?
Is indeed.
It is
accused-
indeed
accused number three.
accused number 3.
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso. Lo muntu loyana ngempela uyena accused number 3. Angeke ngize ngibeke umbuzo ngendlela ke enkantolo ethi ngibeke umbuzo ngakhona kuwena. Kodwa ke ngithi uyena accused number 3 lo. Uthi yebo.
But what you are failing to tell this court in your descriptive narrative is the fact that accused number 3 has got a very distinctive alabaster of skin perfection. I mean, alabaster of his skin. You know, his skin complexion. It is nearly yours. I mean, it nearly looked like yours, except for the fact that you're of a Caucasian origin and is of an African origin. There's another objection.
We're splitting hairs.
Yeah.
It's not in dispute that it's the
Yeah.
photo of accused number 3. what is the point now of splitting hairs? I don't understand.
As it please the court, my lord, let me put it in a different way.
No, but where are we going now with this evidence? Because you are conceding on behalf of your client that
Yes.
that very person is accused number 3, as he has identified him using the yardsticks,
Yes,
which he believes
yes,
enable him to identify accused number 3.
yes, my
Now we
lord.
must hear that he's Caucasian, Eurasian. How is it going to help us?
Remember, my lord, at some stage, this trial is about the identification of the so-called assailants or perpetrators according to the House on the 26th of October 2014. It will be unfair to approach the defense in this case, my lord, in a piecemeal fashion, as though certain factors are considered and other factors are in dispute. The approach on behalf of accused number 3 that I have is one of a complete mosaic in his defense. That is pretty much on the basis of the fact that this very same accused, without hesitation in his evidence in chief, without even hesitating, in a split of a second, when he was requested to point out who is the person that is seeing on the screen here, he undoubtedly said it is accused number 3. Now, the point that I'm getting to, my lord, is what about his color? Accused number 3 has got a very distinctive color, a color that cannot be faulted, which is the reason why I'm getting to the point where I'm saying, looking at accused number 3 seated there.
It's not a person on the photo.
No, I'm not saying that, my lord. Definitely not.
What are you saying?
I am saying the color of accused number 3 is so distinctive that it cannot be faulted, in a sense that you look at accused number 3, you look at the witness there, but for the fact that this witness is of a Caucasian origin and accused number 3 is of an African origin, their colors are nearly the same.
I'm not what?
Are nearly the same. That is where I'm getting to, my lord.
But you know what? This witness, he sees an image
Yes.
which is captured by a camera,
Yes, my lord.
right? You yourself, you say you must give a description of that image as captured. And then he annotates the descriptive features which he thinks
Yes, my lord.
that image, the semblance of it is the same as accused number 3.
Yes, my lord.
You adumbrate the fact that in fact you are correct.
Yes.
Now, if that is a situation, whether he is a Caucasian, how does it change the objective reality? That number 3 accused and the person on that photo are one and the same person. How does it change the reality?
As it please the court, my lord. It does not change, except for a particular addendum that I want to bring this witness to.
Yeah, bring him there.
Exactly. Would you agree with me, sir, that accused number 3 has got a distinctive skin complexion as you looking at him now?
I'm not in a position to answer that one, my lord. Because even I can take myself. Let's say I'm white. But if I go to December to the holidays to the seafront, I come back as a different color. Because I'm in the sun the whole day. That is why to come back to my point. Now it's winter. I'm white, too white. But December, it's going to be different.
angikwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ngiphendula kahle ke lapho ngoba nami mayelana nokuthi ke umangalelwa ke unombala wesikhumba nje oyikhethile nami nginje ngoba ngibuke kanjena mangahamba mhlawumbe ku December ngiye nje emagagasini nje mangibuya ngizobuya ngishiswe ilanga kakhulu futhi ke umbala wami uzobe usushintshile okwamanje ngimhlophe kakhulu kunokwenzeka ukuthi lobo okanye bumhlophe lokho buthi ukwehla kancane mase ngiphuma ngaphandle langeni yiyo leyo nto engizama ukuyisho leyo.
Sir, I think you've mentioned once or twice, if I'm not mistaken, that we keep on running around in circle. Let's avoid that. The question is simple and straightforward, and it is, would you agree with me now as you look at accused number 3, let alone the fact that you are going on holidays, we're not concerned about your holidays. Whether in December your color is going to change from what you are now into being what you are actually not now. Let's look at accused number 3. Would you agree with me that accused number 3 has got a distinctive color? Look at him.
No.
Cha. Angikwazi ukusho ukuthi umangalelo wesithathu unombala nje oyikhethile.
Maybe he got the distinctive color in this court today, but not if you go outside.
Mhlawumbe ke namhlanje enkantolo unalo mbala ke ungathi umbala oyikhethile. Hayi makaphumela ngaphandle. Makaphumela ngaphandle umbala uyoshintsha.
So why is it so difficult for you to say, yeah, you know, accused number 3, I see this is his color? Why do you keep on saying maybe if he goes out, maybe if he does this? What's your difficulty about that? Have you been schooled about something?
Please, my learned friend has really belabored to this point, and we're going absolutely nowhere. I suggest that maybe we should leave that for argument. I don't know what is the point that he's trying to make, but I think it can be best left for argument.
As it please the court, my lord. On that note, my lord, I think I'll come back to the question. I'm not done with this. My colleague are indicating to me that it is already lunchtime, my lord. Thank you, my lord. May we then adjourn for lunchtime? I think it can be.
What's the time, Mr. Balawi?
I think just shortly after.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock, I
It's
think.
2 minutes after 1.
So you come back what time?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, okay.
As it please the court.
Adjourn until 2.
In your evidence in chief, you were further requested to make comments on the hairstyle that the person who you pointed out as accused number 3 on the photos had. Do you remember that?
The hairstyle what, my lord?
I'm saying, in your evidence in chief, you were requested to comment on the hairstyle that the person who was depicted on the photos, who you pointed out as accused number 3, was wearing.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ngabuzwa ke ukuthi lo muntu ke oqhamuka khona lapha okanye ovela kulesi sithombe okuthiwa ke umangalela wesithathu ukuthi ube egqokeni ngwazile ukuphendula lo mbuzo yebo.
Thank you. Now if you can remind the court, me specifically, what did you say, what hairstyle was he wearing?
Dreadlocks was in a ponytail.
Ube nama dreadlocks awabambe njengasemuva njenge ponytail.
Why did you refer to that hairstyle as dreadlocks?
Because I identify it as dreadlocks.
Ingoba mina ngiwabone ngibone leso style kuyi dreadlocks.
You naturally were expecting me to ask you if you are a hairstylist or if you've got a salon. I won't ask you those questions.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga ukuthi ungazongoza leyo mbuzo ke.
Because you're not a hairstylist and you probably don't own a salon, not so?
Seems to be we're going to be personal now, my lord.
Yeah. Please treat the witness with respect, Mr. Mnisi, please.
As it is a court matter. Thank you, sir. I've arranged that certain photos that were made available to us by the state be shown. Now, I want you to have a look at them. Do you see that photo there?
That's correct, my lord. I can't see the way we're going to move now because I'm a cell phone data analyst, not a picture analyst or a facial analyst.
Ngiyasibona lesi sithombe angazi ke ukuthi manje soqhubeka kanjani ngoba mina ke angisiyena ke umuntu ohlaziya izithombe kangako mina ngihlaziya ke imininingwane emayelana ke nolwazi olukhona mhlambe emahlelweni athize hayi ukuthi ngiloko ngibhekana nelokho njani nezithombe.
Is that so? You know, it's very strange because I've just said you were requested in your evidence in chief to say what kind of a hairstyle that the person who was depicted on the photos they had, and you went on to say the person was wearing dreadlocks, not so? A ponytail dreadlocks. You never said we are not a picture specialist. You never said you're not a hair specialist, but you said, in fact, you never said that you are only a data specialist, but you went on to give your comment. It is on the basis of exactly what you did that this process is now unfolding. Do you understand?
As a quick please, my lord. All the witness said, my lord, was that he was requested by the investigating officer to identify was sent certain photos that would depict a person as having dreadlocks, as well as the certain type of clothing. That's all that he testified to, my lord. And I think my learned colleague is now perhaps taking or putting too fine a point on his evidence.
Yeah, but these photos in the album, they were discovered. In respect of what?
Yes.
In respect of what? In respect of what was the discovery made? In pursuance of what?
Well, just to show the hairstyle of the accused and the clothes that the accused had immediately before the incident.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow that question.
As the court pleases.
As it is the court, my lord. Maybe it's okay. Thank you. The question stands.
Repeat the question to me, please. Because it seems to me, my lord, and I don't want to participate in ID parade in court now. It seems it's going the direction that you're going to show me 20 photos, so then I must say it's you or it's not you. And I'm not going to participate in that now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yabona engathi manje ngikhathazeka ngayo ukuthi uzongithatha ke engathi uzongisa kwi-combat parade. Angithandi ukuthi mhlambe ngoba ngizophendula nje uzoloku ekubuza mhlambe lethe ithombe nje eziningi athi lona uyamazi cha lokho anguthokozeli.
Are you done explaining, sir?
I'm done, my lord.
Uthi yebo ngiqedile ukuchaza.
May you please answer the question?
I'm not going to answer the question like I already put it to the court. I'm not going to be here to take part of ID parade.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula umbuzo mina. Futhi ngeke ngibe yingxenye ye-combat parade. Ngoba sengiyibekile la enkantolo.
Should I regard that as your final answer to the question that the court has ruled that it is admissible?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo. Qedile.
Let's go to another picture. Thank you. And do you see that picture again? These are all the pictures that were discovered by us, to us by the state. Do you see that photo there?
My lord, it seems to me there's a hearing problem in this court. I did mention I'm not going to take part of any ID parade here, and I'm going to stand with my point.
Manje kwangathi ke khona ongezwa kahle la. Mina ngithe angingeni le ID parade. Ngihlala khona lapha.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
As it is the court, my lord. Do you see that photo there?
Now, Mr. Mnisi, come on. You've heard the witnesses. He says he's not going to answer any question regarding what he terms to be a photo identity parade. Even if you show him, let me put it, if he shows you about 100 photos to identify, are you going to stick with the answer you've given?
I'm going to stick with my answer.
You're not going to change that answer?
No, definitely not, my lord.
Let's make progress.
As it is the court, my lord. Unfortunately, my lord, it is my considered view that I should not be dictated to by a witness who decides to say, not willing to answer that question. If my line and my trajectory of my questions is following a certain line, I'll continue with it up until such time that I am satisfied in view of the preparation that I had in relation to that cross-examination. You can keep on saying, I won't answer those questions, I won't answer those questions, I won't answer those questions, it's fine. But that will not deter me to stop from asking him the questions, no matter how rhetoric they sound, my lord. So,
if I can press be of assistance to counsel, the investigating officer will come and testify, and he will explain as why he requested this witness, Colonel Steyn, to compile this photo album, and these questions can then be put to him. All that this witness can say is that he just complied with the request of the investigating officer. As to what the purpose thereof was, can only be explained by the investigating officer.
Yeah, having heard that, is there an affidavit made by Colonel Steyn regarding these photos?
No, the affidavit that has made has already been handed up, my lord.
Yeah, in the affidavit, does he allude to the photos?
No, not these photos, my lord.
No, the only photos that he referred to are the ones that are contained in his affidavit that he referred to last week, my lord.
And the state's view is that the discovery was pertinently made in respect of those photos regarding
Yes.
the identity which had to be...
Yes, but my learned friend is now busy with the photo album of Sergeant Mabasa, and as we indicated, he will be coming to testify.
As Sergeant Mabasa made an affidavit.
Yes.
Just read it into the record.
I've provided copies. It's quite a lengthy
How many pages is it?
affidavit, my lord.
Where he refers to pertinently the photos.
Yes. But, my lord, he can only say that he was requested by the investigating officer also to make a collage of certain photos, and as I've explained, it's only...
And who took the photos?
No, these photos were downloaded.
Who downloaded, sorry, yeah. Who downloaded
Yes.
them? It's Mabasa.
Yes. He downloaded the photos, and at the request of the investigating officer.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
As it is the court, my lord. I think there's one aspect of it all that is being missed by the state in his quest to object to the line of questioning that I have. The very same witness here, my lord, was requested by the court, probably my colleague has forgotten that, was requested by the court when the photos that are depicting accused number 3 were shown on the screen there. And the court actually requested him to identify
But the court...
the hairstyle that witness was wearing, my lord. It is therefore on those bases.
No, you're incorrect. Let me tell you
Yes.
the instruction the court gave. Just find the collage of photos which were identified yesterday by the colonel. Just do it. It was specifically for those photos, not any other photo. Just right.
That's,
Now just, if you can enlarge it, maybe just a bit, if you can. So, the photos which I said you must point out whoever you say you recognize, is that a collage of those photos?
that's correct. Yeah.
Not any other photo?
Not any other.
Yeah, that's how I recall the evidence.
Yes, my lord. I quite agree with the quote on that one, my lord. But him, being a data analyst, went on to tell this court that the person that is being identified in those photos, who he later on said is accused number 3, and we don't have a dispute with that, that kind of a were dreadlocks. Not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Uthi yabo kuyinhliniso ngikuchilo lokho ukuthi umnakelela wesithathu ubefaka ama-dreadlocks.
Those were your words, not so.
That's correct, man.
Bekuwona amazwi ami lawo.
Now, earlier on, when we were on this point, I heard you saying you identified the person that is depicted in the photos was wearing a head rock with a ponytail. Is that what you just said some few seconds or some few minutes ago?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo lokho engikuchilo ukuthi lo muntu engiyengambona ube nama-dreadlocks awabambe njenge-ponytail.
So what is the difference of your description, of the description that you gave on Friday in your evidence in chief, and the description of what you said you gave on Friday just now?
It's exactly the same. I
Uthi
also
ke
mentioned ponytail on Friday.
uthi iyafana incazelo yami engiphathe ngayo ngolesihlanu iyafana incazelo engiphathe ngayo namhlanje. Ngiye ngasho ukuthi ama-dreadlocks ane-ponytail abanjwe njenge-ponytail.
Say I put it to you on Friday, you never mentioned anything like a ponytail. You only said dreadlocks.
He did.
Oh, he did.
When he identified the photo, he said the dreadlocks that are tied in a form of a ponytail.
Can we play the record so that... Can you play the record of yesterday regarding Colonel Steyn's...
I could be mistaken.
No,
my lord.
you can't have it
No,
both
it's fine.
ways. You can't have it both ways. The witness is adamant that he mentioned it, and you say he did not. And I know he mentioned it. But I want you to have your own insight into the record.
The dreadlock is together on the body.
Now, when you say the dreadlock, I hear you, but who?
The dreadlock is together on the body.
Now, when you say the dreadlock,
It was my mistake, my lord. You said it.
I do?
I'm saying it was my mistake. So I apologize. Unfortunately, I'm putting this to him on the basis what I heard or what I have in my record. So I withdraw that.
Yeah, okay.
I withdraw it, sir. You did say that he was wearing dreadlocks with a ponytail. My apologies.
I accept it, my lord.
Thank you.
Ke uyamxolela ke. Ngoba ushilo ukuthi i-dreadlock eyayibanjwe njenge-ponytail.
But now back to the pictures. You saying you don't have any comment on the pictures that I was requesting you to comment on?
That's correct, my lord. That's the end of my point.
Ngisamile ke khona lapho ukuthi angengikwazi ukuthi ngiphawule mayelana ke nezithombe ezizovezwa la.
Thank you, sir. I've got no further questions to you.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Ngumalo.
In relation to the 9th of April 2020, when you were requested by Brigadier Geneda to do the analysis When did you finalize the analysis, your analysis?
My lord, I can't give you an exact time because what was an ongoing investigation. Yes.
manje ke angikwazi ukusho ukuthi ngaqeda nini ngokuhlaziya ke lokho enganikezwa khona uCaptain Geninda
Brigadier.
Brigadier Geninda. Sorry.
Okay.
When did you prepare your affidavit?
I can I can look at it.
In fact,
This affidavit in front of court, I completed on the 30th of July this year.
Uthi ke mele affidavit lana enkantolo ngikwazeke ukuyibhala ngayiqeda nge-30 July this year.
That's correct.
Nge-30 zika July khona kulo nyaka lo.
But not 20, no, sorry, not 30th, the 20th.
20 July.
which
20
year?
July 2023.
Which year?
This year,
This year.
yes.
Yeah, but 20.
Because it wasn't on the oath, done on the oath, and then I did it on the oath to send to court.
Ngoba ke isifungo sasingathathiwe ke ngase ke ngithatha isifungo ke ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi izovelela la enkantolo kanye izolethwa la enkantolo.
So you receive a request on the 9th of April 2020 and you complete your affidavit this year in July.
That's correct,
2023.
my lord. What we did is, it is an ongoing investigation, and we took out some of the evidence because we needed for some other reasons. That's why we didn't put it in front of court, all the evidence we got now.
Kuyiqiniso lokho ke ukuthi ilokho njani yaqalwa nge-9 zika April 2021 kanti ke uphenyo oluqhubekayo lolu kukhona ingxenye zalolu phenyo oluzosetshenziswa ke kwezinye indawo mhlawumbe kwamanye amacala ingalokho ke ingazange yaze yaqedwa nje ngaleso sikhathi leyo affidavit yaze ke mhlawumbe ngaze ngafungiswa ngayo.
My lord, I can just mention my first statement was about 300 pages, and that's why we tried to save some time.
Ngasho ke ukuthi i-statement sami sokuqala besinama page about 300. Lokho ke sizameke ukuthi sibonge isikhathi.
Did you also finalize the second affidavit, Exhibit 02, during the same period?
That's correct. Yeah, after I received a request from, I think, from court, then I completed this one, and I finalized this one.
Nayo lena ngavele ngayiqeda ngaleso sikhathi ke emva ukuthi ngithole leso sicelo la enkantolo ngaqeda ngayo le yesibili.
And that is while I was in investigation in KZN. But I did receive the request on the 18th of July to compile with the request.
Ngenkathi ke ngiloko ngiphenya ke khona le eKZN ngathola leso sicelo nge-18 zika July 2023.
What did you do with both affidavits after you prepared them?
I scanned them and mailed them this side to your Joburg.
Ngawaskena ke ngabathumela khona ngapha ngase Joburg lawo ma affidavit amabili.
Were they handed to the investigation officer, Brigadier Kinenda?
That's correct.
Yebo ngawayisa khona ke kulo ophenya icala uBrigadier Geninda.
Can let us go to page 87 of Exhibit 01. Page 87. Exhibit 01.
Look. Mine is only going to 46.
That is exhibit also. The first one is when we receive a request on the 9th of April 2020. That's exhibit
Okay,
O1.
okay.
Yes.
What happened here? It's two separate statements. But what I did here with the one on the laptop now, I combined it to have only one file in court. When we come here on Wednesday, when my laptop wasn't compatible to the system, I throw everything together. That is why this one now got the page 87.
Shothi ke ama statement awuthu ngazama ke ukuwafaka endaweni eyodwa ngoba phela ke ngiye ngaqaphela nokuthi i-computer yami ayikwazi ukusebenzisana ke nalokho okanye isetshenziswa ekhona la enkantolo kodwa ke mangithi ngiyabheka ke kule ekhona la kufakwe yonke into page 87 ukhona la.
Yes, I'm interested in the SMSs.
Okay. Just give me a date, then I go to the date.
Yes. The first SMS, the one dated the 26th of October 2014, at 400 hours 57 minutes 36 seconds. With the content, I'm outside. You will see that one.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Okay, ngiyayibona ke le SMS yange 26 ka October 2014 ebhalwe ukuthi I'm outside ngaphandle. Ngiyayibona.
You said, Colonel, from the time that is reflected there, the 4 hours 57 minutes 36 seconds, you have to add 2 hours.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngikushilo kanjalo ukuthi uyabona lesikhathi esivela lana 4 hours 57 minutes 36 seconds kwamele ke ukuthi ngifake 2 hours phezukwayo.
What would be the original time, Colonel, when the SMS is sent to the receiver?
It's on the statement it's 04, so actually you're going to add 2 hours, then it's 06:57, so it's just before 7.
Shothi ke uma ufaka 2 hours leyo izothi 06:57 minutes and 36 seconds.
No, Colonel, maybe we don't get along. I mean, what would be the original time? The original time when one sends an SMS, what would be the original time when that SMS is sent to the receiver?
It will be 7 o'clock, just before 7. Let's say 2.5 minutes before 7.
Singasho ukuthi isikhathi lapho okuyisona kuyoba mhlambe 2 minutes angokuba kusha ihola le6 okanye isikhombisa.
My lord,
Kusha ihola le7.
you will also see tomorrow in the downloads of Sergeant Mabasa, it's right in front. He will give all the particulars with a +2 or a +0. Now, normally, the download machine decides on which on you put it on.
Sergeant Mabasa uzokwazi ukuthi aphane ngaso leso sithombe ukuthi nasi isikhathi la na 2 hours yafakwa kanti ke okuyisona isikhathi ilesi.
Let us now turn to page 30.
Is that page 30? Council?
Many court present.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my lord, before we go to page 30, can we go to page 42? It's at paragraph 10 of Exhibit 02. Before I go to that paragraph, Colonel, were you aware of the circumstances of this case, how it was committed?
No.
No. Okay.
uthi cha angisazi isimo esenzake ukuthi lesi sigameko senzeke.
I'm asking you that question, Colonel, because of the way in which you drafted your affidavit. At page 42, paragraph 10, it reads as follows. That is now in relation to the SMSs, the second SMS, which was sent on the 26th of October 2014 at 8 hours 27 minutes 29 seconds. It reads as follows. The following SMS found on downloads of Longwe confirmed that he didn't shoot Senzo because he mentioned that he was shot in front of them. And then then thereafter you decided to quote the SMSs. Are you following, Colonel?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yebo ngiyakubona lokho ukuthi le SMS elandelayo yama downloads kaLongwe eqinisekisa ke ukuthi akazange adubule lona uSenzo ngoba ke useshilo ukuthi wadubula phambi kwakhe ukuthi lokho ngiyakubona.
Where did you base that conclusion, Colonel?
That's my personal opinion, because the way he put the sentence was shot in front of me. That's my opinion.
Ingendlela umbono wami loyo ngoba uthi wadutshulwa phambi kwami. Ngithatheke lapho leyo nto leyo.
It was put to the witness, Zandile Kumalo, that in fact what Zandile is saying, Colonel, is that when Senzo was shot, when the deceased was shot at, Longwe was not in the house, was not inside the house. What will be your comment?
I can't comment on that one. I can only give my opinion on what I read on the SMS.
Angikwazi ukuphawula ke kulolo daba ke lokuthi uLongwe ubengekho makudutshulwa uSenzo. Mina ngizokwazi nje ukuthi ngiphawule ngalokho engiphethe kulamaphepha enginawo.
So your conclusion was that from the reading of the SMS, Longwe was inside the house.
In the vicinity, he knows something, let me put it that way, because he could have informed someone that Senzo was shot in front of us.
Manje ngasho khona lapho kule ndawo eduze khona lapho ubengeka khona ukuthi atshele umuntu ukuthi uSenzo wadutshulwa phambi kwethu. Futhi ube khona lapho kule ndawo.
You also testified, Colonel, that the handset of the deceased received a call at the clinic.
That's correct.
Yebo ngikushilo lokho ukuthi ifoni kaMufi iyathola i-call khona lapha e-clinic.
You also told this court that it received a signal from the tower which is next to the clinic.
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi ke kwatholakala i-signal eyayiqhamuka kule tower eliseduze nase-clinic okanye ebeliselapho e-clinic.
I'm going to reiterate, Colonel, the question that was asked by my colleague, Mr. Ramsepele. Zandile Kumalo told this court that upon their return from hospital, the deceased cell phone was underneath the stove.
My lord, I can't testify on which phone was there. Maybe, like already indicated to the court, it's possible that they got two cell phone numbers. But as far as I know, the one phone was with our downloaded Sergeant Matswana, which mentioned in his statement that he couldn't download it because he haven't got the PIN. So I can't testify for that. And I know it's anything from 12 o'clock that night that we seized the phones, but I can't give an exact time to the court.
Manje angeke ngikwazi lokho ngoba phela ke ukuya ngolwazi nginalo ukuthi i-cellphone ibe khona laphana esibhedlela okanye laphana eclinic kunokwenzeka ukuthi ama cellphone abe u2 mhlambe nama cellphone numbers abe u2 kodwa ke lo wenza ama download ke abe bonisa ke ukuthi leyo cellphone ibe khona laphana ke eclinic okusuka ngale ke ngo 12 o'clock okuya phezudlwana i-cellphone leyo ke ibisizandleni zethu kanti ke wase uyasho ukuthi uzamile ukuthi ayivule akanaphini bingavuleki.
You also testified about the SIM swap.
That's correct, my lord.
It was made in relation to which handset?
The one which Senzo is using, or was using.
Le SIM swap esikhuluma ngayo ke ile mayelana ke nale phone bisetshenziswa uye uSenzo.
When was the SIM swap made?
SIM swap was made on the 27th, around about 10 o'clock.
SIM swap lena yenzwa nge-27th of October, nge-27th ka October ngabo 10 o'clock.
Did it receive made calls, or what was the position?
The first was to receive a SMS,
Yokuqala wase ke uthola i-SMS,
and then it was either a missed call
kwaba nenye mhlawumbe kuba i-miss call
at 13:37:08.
13:37:08 seconds.
Were you able to investigate who was making that call?
We did try it, but we wasn't successful.
Siye sazama ke ukubona ukuthi ubani ubenza lolo cingo kanti ke azange sikwazi ukuphumelela.
Because we did, my lord, try to locate a possible place in the vicinity of the tower, but it wasn't possible because it was too long ago.
Ngoba siye sazama ke ukuthi sibheke indawo okungeyona okanye indawo okuyiyona kodwa ke ngoba lesigameko senzeke isikhathi bese kundluleke iminyaka emithathu kanti isikhathi esiningi esendlule.
Were you able to ascertain who made that SIM swap or not?
No, like I mentioned on Friday, my opinion again is if you do a SIM swap, you must have an ID. So it must be someone close to the owner of the phone. That's my opinion.
Angekwazi ukusho ukuthi ubani wenza le SIM swap ngoba ngishilo nje ukuthi uma uhamba uyokwenza i-SIM swap ufanele ukuthi ube ne-ID. Kunokwenzeka umuntu wenza i-SIM swap umuntu osondeleneke nomnikazi wefoni okanye waleyo SIM card.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, my lord. I have no further cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Mshola.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel Steyn, is it correct that you have testified about the number that we have given to this court and you said it belonged to Mr. Ntuli? Is that correct?
That's no suspect number 5.
Mr. Ntuli?
Yes, yeah.
Uthi yebo ngikutholile lobo bufakazi obumayelana ke nenombolo okanye cellphone number engithe mina eka babuntuli umangalelwa wesihlanu.
Okay. Where did you get that number from?
I also received it from the investigation team, as well as the searches were all done by myself.
Leyo number lo ngayithola ke kule thimba labaphenyi, kanti ke nami ngithe mangiloko ngiphenya ke ngase ngiyayithola leyo number.
Do you have any proof from the service provider that it belonged to Mr. Ntuli?
Not from the service provider.
Kanti ke kulaba ke abahlinzeka ke ngeenkonzo zoxhumano angizange ke ngithole leyo number uqhamuka kubo uqinisekisa ke ukuthi leyo number ke ababuntuli.
Okay. Secondly, Colonel Steyn, you testified that on all the occasions that you mentioned, the number belonging to Mr. Ntuli communicated with that one of Miss Kelly Khumalo. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngikushilo lokho. Ukuleyo number lo ke okuthiwa ke yona eka babuntuli, leyo number lo ke ibeloko ikhulumisana okanye ifonela okanye nje ukuxhumana nayo inumber lena ka Miss Kelly Khumalo.
Can you just quickly remind me on those incidents? I remember the 20th of August that you testified, and there are other few dates in which you said there was a communication. Can you remind me of those instances?
The first one was in the 2nd of August
Which year?
of 2014.
Yes.
Yokuqala ke i-date mayelana ke nalolo kuxhumano olube khona kube yi2 zika August 2014,
And then again on the 15th of October 2014.
nange 15 zika October 2014.
Yes.
That's the only two I refer to.
Ama dates awuthu ke engingakhuluma ngawo lawo.
Okay, that's the only communication between
That's the only two I pick up, yes, correct.
Mr. Ntuli and Miss Khumalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Iwona ke amaloko njani ikhawa zothu lapho ke kube noxhumano phakathi kwa babuntuli nayo uKelly Khumalo.
Okay, because you understand the chart very well, who called who in these transactions?
That's correct.
Who called who?
Your suspect number 5 called Kelly.
Umangalelo wesihlanu uyena wafonela uKelly.
Because on my previous page,
On the 2nd of August, it was the number allegedly said to belong to Mr. Ntuli that made a call to a number allegedly said to belong to Miss Kelly Khumalo. Is
that's
that
correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ke ukuthi nge2 zika August 2014 kwakuyinumber lo ke okwakuthiwa inumber lo ka babuntuli eyayifonela inumber lo okwakuthiwa inumber lo ka lokhonjani ke ka Kelly Khumalo.
On the 15th of October, that's the same.
That's correct, my lord.
Nange 15 kwabanjalo 15 October 2014 kwabanjalo.
Do you have, from your investigation, I see you are qualified from the experience and the qualifications you have told us. But maybe just to clear me, I'm lost about the institutions wherein you studied. In Ferry Glen, Pretoria, which institution, which university is that?
It's not a university. It's a cell phone data specialist company who was based in South Africa. But they're not in South Africa anymore. They moved out.
Okay.
Kanti ke iFerry Glen lena la ngiye ngafunda khona ke akusisona ke isikhungo semfundo. Kuyinkampani nje esebenzana ke ne i-data enjalo ke yophenyo abasekho ke la eMzansi.
Okay.
That's called the I2 company. The company is called I2.
Igama laleyo nkampani ke i2.
Okay. It's not an educational institution, it's just a company.
No, it's an institution. We was part of the training of all the police officers as well as your private factors, companies and stuff.
uthi ke kuyindawo yokuqeqesha kakhulukazi ke amaphoyisa aqeqeshelwa khona ke kuyisikhungo semfundiso ke.
What type of qualification you obtained in that institution, from that institution? Especially in this one, in Ferry Glen, Pretoria, investigative software.
Ferry Glen, Pretoria. You see, the company was based previously in Garsfontein. Then they moved to Ferry Glen, Pretoria.
Yabona kokuqala ke leyo nkampani ibese Garsfontein ePretoria. Yasuka ke iya eFerry Glen ePretoria.
And then you can receive training in analyst notebook, anything in that which you need to do analysis.
Okay, but the type of qualification that you received there, you obtained, what is it? Is it a diploma? Is it a certificate? Is it a recognition?
It's both. It depends on how long is your course.
Ngaba zowuthu nje kanjalo i-certificate okanye diploma kuncike ekutheni ke wena ke uthatha isikhathi esingakanani lokufunda khona la.
How long did you take?
Some of the courses I took about 3 to 4 weeks. Some of them is only a week or 2. And then you go for regular update courses.
You go for?
Regular update courses.
Amanye amakhosi ke bekuyiviki nje kuphela, amanye amakhosi beku amaviki amane. Emva kwalokho ke usungahamba ke uyovuselela.
Okay, but in your case, what was the duration of your study here?
My first one, which I received in Garsfontein, it was about 6 weeks.
Le yokuqala ngayithola eGarsfontein yaba 6 weeks.
And then after that, it was normal about 2 to 3 weeks.
Emva kwalokho ke kwaba ke isikhathi esijwayelekile amaviki amabili kuya emavikini amathathu.
And what did you get? Certificate, diploma?
A certificate.
Ngathola ke ama certificates.
Then let's move on now. To my question that I wanted to put to you. As a result of the investigation that you did, can you tell this court, can you be able to tell this court with certainty if the number allegedly said to belong to accused number 2 was used by number 2 at the time when that call or that transaction was made?
Well, what I can only mention to the court, that number made a call to that number.
So what is your answer to my question?
I can't tell the court. If the investigation team can't come and say, this is the phone who belongs to you, I can't answer it.
Yabona ke uma ithimba labaphenyi lingeke likwazi ukuza lizosho ukuthi yabona i-cellphone lena i-cellphone yakho. Angeke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi leyo cellphone okanye leyo number yaleyo cellphone yafonela inumber ethize ke okuyinumber kaSibanibani lokho ngeke ngikwazi ukusho.
Okay. Same with the receiver, with the recipient.
That's correct, my lord. I can only tell that number receive a call from each other.
Yabona ke nokuthi ubani ufonayo nobani othola i-call lokho angikwazi ukuthi ngingakusho. Engingakusho nje ukuthi inombolo ethize mhlawumbe yafonela inombolo ethize okanye inombolo ethize yathola ucingo oqhamuka kuyo inombolo ethize.
Okay. So I want us to correct that, Kenya, because you are experienced. You don't have proof that the phone call that was made from this number and then the call that was received from this number was made by 2 people. So let's use reference to the numbers, then people.
What I can mention to the court, the investigation team did give me enough evidence to tell me that the number ends with 202 belongs to suspect number 5. The other number ends with 458 belongs to Kelly Kumalo. And that the investigation leader will come and testify about that.
Manje ke mina ngakusho ke ukuthi ithimba labaphenyi likwazile ukunginikeza ulwazi olwanele ukuthi ke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi le nombolo ke ephelela ngo202 yommangalela wesihlanu kanti 458 egcina ngo458 ile ka Kelly Kumalo. Lokho ke bangakwazi ukuthi beze la enkantolo bazokwazi ukuqinisekisa.
Colonel, I don't want us to testify or to refer on the hearsay. That's why I said from your experience, can you tell this court with certainty that the person who made a call on such a date, which is the 2nd and 15th, was Mr. Ntuli? And then your answer was no. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, bayilokho ngikushilo ukuthi anginaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ngempela umuntu uwenza ulokho njani ke i-call nge-2 zika August 2014 nange-15 zika October 2014 ukuthi ubaba uNtuli ngithe mina ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngenze leso siqiniseko.
So let's move in that line, Kenneth.
But now I also want to mention to the court, I got enough evidence which I received from the investigation team that the number belongs to A, B, or C. But I can't tell that I saw the phone in your hand.
Manje ke nami ngiyakusho ke lokho ukuthi ukuya ngemininingwane okanye ulwazi olwaqhamuka khona lapha yana ke kuyithimba labaphenyi lwanele kangangoba ngiyakwazi ukusho ke ukuthi leyo number bekuyinamba kaSibanibani, kodwa ke anginabo ubufakazi ophathekayo ukuthi ngithi ngambona ephethe leyo phone lo muntu ke oxhumene naleyo number.
Colonel, for the sake of progress, let us not waste the court's time. Let us not refer to someone's evidence that amounts to hearsay. I am saying from your knowledge, let's move in that line so that we can be able to move forward. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Yes.
I agree with that because someone else will come and testify about the point.
Ngiyavumelana nalokho ngoba ukhona omunye umuntu ozoza ke ezothula ubufakazi obumayelana ke ngalokho akwenzile ke.
Yes. And then from your investigation, can you tell this court with sentencing if the number read into the record as the number belonging to Mr. Ntuli was recorded or not? If yes, to which address was it registered to?
The number wasn't recorded in his name.
Okokuqala ke inambolo lena ke okuthiwa kwakuyinambolo kalona ubaba uNtuli ibingekho record okanye ibingekho abazange bayirike ngaphansi kwelokho njani ke.
So it was recorded under which name?
I'm not sure, my lord.
Angazi ke igama elalivelela elibonisa ukuthi ke ilona elarika leyo nambolo okwakuthiwa ke inambolo kababa uNtuli.
From your investigation, you couldn't find that.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Uqhamuka ke kuphenyo engangilenza akuvelelanga ukuthi leyo nambolo yarikhelwa egameni likabani.
Okay. So it is your evidence that from your investigation you couldn't determine if this number allegedly to set belonging to accused number 5 was recorded under his name or was recorded under any any other person's name.
It was definitely recorded, my lord, but not under his name.
Yona ke yari kwa leyo nambolo kodwa ke hayi ngaphansi kwegama laka Mangalelo kanye accused number 5.
Okay.
Isandla sika Mangalelwa, the accused person number 5 hand is up.
Sorry, can I just Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence of the court. Sorry, Colonel, for the disturbance. You were just giving the explanation. I said, if you say it was recorded under whose name?
I'm not sure, but definitely not his name because then I should have known. And you couldn't use it if it's not recorded.
Anginaso ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ibingekho segameni lakhe. Kushuthi ibirikiwe yona kodwa ke ibingarikwanga egameni lakhe. Anginalo ke igama eyarikhelwa kulo.
And the address given there too as well under the RICA transaction?
I'm not sure about the address, but then definitely not sure it wasn't his name.
Okay.
Kodwa ke anginaso isiqiniseko se-address yokurika ke leyo nambolo. Kodwa ke engikwazi ukuthi igama bekungelona igama lakhe elalirike leyo SIM card.
So if it was recorded under someone else's details, how then do you say it belonged to Mr. Ntuli?
No. This number was used by suspect number 5.
Ngoba sengishilo-ke khona ulwazi esaluthola kwithimba labaphenyi ukuthi leyo number lo-ke iregistrwe ngaphansi komsola wesihlanu.
So the information you got is that it was used by number 5 by Mr. Ntuli, not that it was recorded under Mr. Ntuli.
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho-ke ulwazi engaluthola luthi yayisetshenziswa-ke ngubaba uNtuli hayi kangako ukuthi leyo number lo-ke yarikwa ngaphansi kukababa uNtuli.
Who gave you that information?
The investigation team.
Ithimba labaphenyi ibona-ke abanginikeza lolo lwazi.
And precisely who? Can you mention the name of
It will be Brigadier Gaginda.
Brigadier Gininda.
Brigadier Gininda.
Brigadier Gininda. That's correct.
From your investigation, Colonel Steyn, from the number that is alleged to have been, that is alleged to belong to Mr. Ntuli, was it placed at the crime scene on the date of the incident? Through your investigation, maybe by tower, it may be by whatever, was it placed at the crime scene on the date of the incident?
No, my lord, because I already mentioned we arrested them too late in the lapse period, so we couldn't apply for 205s.
Akukho la kuvelela khona-ke ukuthi leyo nambolo okuthiwa ekamsola wesihlanu yayikhona khona lapho endaweni yesigameko ngelanga lokwenzakala kwaleso sigameko, ngoba-ke siye saqala ukusebenza phezu kwaleli cala sekundlule isikhathi sokuthi umuntu angakwazi ukuthi enze isicelo se-section 205.
From the communication that we have testified, tell me if I'm speaking soft, from the communication that we have testified about in this court, precisely the two, the one for the 2nd of August 2014 and the one for 15 October, can you be able to tell this court if from your intense investigation that we have done, you were able to pick up the conversation between the two people, or between the two devices?
That's correct.
That communicated to each other?
No, we're not able. You can only trace that there was communication. You can't recall the conversation.
Into esingakhona nje thina ukuyenza ukuthungatha ukuthi kwakhona uxhumano ube khona okanye ukukhulumisana ube khona kwalama nambolo amabili, ukuthi kwakhulunywa kuthiwani akusiyona into esingakwazi ukuthi siyithole leyo.
The question I'm going to ask now, Colonel, I'm asking it because you are a senior officer of the SAPS. Do you understand that?
And one of the oldest as well, my lord.
Yebo, mina-ke omdala futhi.
From?
Ngokwe experience mhlambe-ke ukusebenza futhi.
From your investigation, does your evidence inform this court that if there is anything that was conspired between Mr. Ntuli and Ms. Kelly Kumar out of your investigation? Could you determine?
No, I can't.
Can you tell the court if there was any conspiracy or if there was any discussions about the commission of the offense of this case?
No, my lord, I can't.
Angeke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi kwaba nezinkulumo ezihlose ukuthi mhlambe kube nokubulawa kuka Senzo. Angeke ngikwazi ukuqinisekisa ke lokho. Okwakuqhamuka khona kumangalelwa wesihlanu nomunye ke bekhuluma naye.
Is it also correct, Colonel Steyn, that Ms. Khumalo is not a suspect in this case?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi uMam Khumalo okanye uMiss Khumalo akusiyena ke umsola kuleli cala.
Is there any unlawfulness in the communication between the number allegedly said to belong to Mr. Ntuli and the number allegedly to said to belong to Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
If there was, I can't prove it.
Uma ngabe kukhona ukuthize okungekho semthethweni phakathi koxhumano lwenambolo ka umsolo wesihlanu nalona ke uKelly Khumalo, angeke ngikwazi ukuthola ubufakazi obuzotshengisa ke ukuthi khona ukuthize okungekho semthethweni okwakukhona ekuxhumaneni kwalamanambolo awu2.
Okay. From your experience, Colonel Steyn, if someone's cell phone is said to have been picked up at the crime scene or linked with the crime scene at the time when the incident took place, does that mean that the offense was committed by the owner of that cell phone, of that number?
It doesn't mean that, but he must actually, the owner of the phone must explain what did he do at the crime scene.
Manje akusho ke lokho ukuthi uma khalekhukhwini womuntu utholakala endaweni yesigameko, endaweni yobugebengu la okanye la ubugebengu benzakale khona, akusho ke ukuthi uwenze ubugebengu lo muntu lo, kodwa ke ufanele ukuthi alethe incazelo emayelana ke nokuthi ubenzani lapho endaweni yesigameko kanye ifoni yakhe ifunani lapho endaweni yesigameko.
No, Colonel, my question is, besides that person giving you information from your own investigation, when you investigate and you find that the number of that person, it is discovered that it linked or it was at the crime scene at that particular, it was connected, I think that's what you said, it was connected to with the crime scene. Does that mean from your own investigation or experience, it was used by the owner of that cell phone?
That's correct. If you can just refer to which number, then we can go back and see if there was a call made in the vicinity of the crime scene from which tower. Then I can tell you there was a call made by, let's say, Kelly Khumalo from the crime scene, or Zandile Khumalo.
But you can't connect it with a person. You can just connect that the number.
That's correct. A number in the cell phone
was used.
That's correct.
You cannot tell with certainty as to who was using that number.
If I got witnesses who can state that, then I can prove it.
Yebo, uma ngabe kunabo ofakazi abazokwazi ke uqinisekisa lokho ukuthi leyo number lo ke yasetshenziswa usibanibani khona lapha endaweni yesigameko. Kodwa ke ngamanye amazwi kunzima ukusho ukuthi lo muntu lo waleyo number lo uyisebenzisa uyena wayisebenzisa lapho, kuzodingeka ofakazi ukuthi babe khona ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela uyena osebenzise leyo number endaweni yesigameko.
Okay. From the investigation that you have done, do you have proof? Or maybe can I just rephrase, my lord? I'm sorry. From your investigation, does it show to any degree of certainty if the communication between accused number 3 and Mr. Ntuli shows any conspiracy to commit the offense?
No, my lord. Like I mentioned, I can just tell the court that there was communication.
Mina engakwenza nje phela ukusho ukuthi labantu baxhumana okanye bayakhulumisana uthi inkulumo yabo ke yayihlosa ukuthi khona mhlambe ubugebengu obuthize kumele benziwe, lokho angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngiqinisekise kuko.
My Lord, can I ask that we pause here? Tomorrow I will continue with the towers that were set to, the towers that were referred to this court, wherein the number allegedly belonging to the accused was set, it was connecting from.
My Lord, there isn't any towers which links to the suspect. Remember, we didn't have his 205 of time of the crime. We only got the other parties.
It may be towers, it may be the other word, but they are Kimberley, they are Limpopo, they are those areas.
Yeah, but that's correct.
Yes.
That's not the information of suspect number 5. It's totally nothing to do with him.
And then we'll take it from there tomorrow, my Lord.
Kanti ke yabona lamathawa lawo kukhulunywa ngawo okuthiwa ke hayi cha bengewona amathawa kodwa okanye abenga xumanisi ummangalelo wesihlanu kanye abengakhulumi ke ngenambolo okuthiwa ekammangalelo wesihlanu besingabheke kuye lona ummangalelo wesihlanu asikho ke isidingo kangaka ukuthi singaze singene kangako lapho uthi ummeli kammangalelo wesihlanu ukuthi sizosuka khona lapho ke soqala khona lapho ke kusasa sichubeke siye phambili.
Kenya, you were supposed to bring some information, remember? Which you couldn't because your devices were not compatible.
That's correct. I can bring the information of, but that's going to be the same information which going to be bring by Sergeant Mbaza.
No, not quite. But the request was that you would do it if you are requested to.
Okay, then I will. It's only the downloads.
The downloads, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Baloi, am I correctly quoting you?
Yes, indeed. The witness also mentioned that he can bring the section 205 as well.
Okay. Are you available tomorrow?
I will arrange, my lord.
Otherwise, are you going to play golf maybe?
Then I will not arrange.
Okay, the matter is postponed to tomorrow then, 10 o'clock.
No, I don't know why.